Good evening, everyone. And welcome. Today is December 4th, 2025, and this is the regular session of your Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, full commissioners meeting. This includes the planning and zoning portion of the meeting as well. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some of our commissioner staff and the public are attending remotely, Zoom, by phone, and some are on site. All participants joining by phone, I ask that you please mute your phone at this time to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, as well as your city of residence. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. And when you speak, please make sure that you speak clearly and at an audible level into the mic so that your comments can be captured for record by our Unified Government Clerk. If public comments are allowed, make sure that the comments are specific to the item to be discussed. I have to remind everybody that disorderly conduct is strictly prohibited, as well as any disruptive comments or behaviors. They may end up getting you removed by our Sergeant at Arms and our security team from this chambers. So let's be respectful of decorum and of everybody's comments throughout this meeting. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, can you announce the meeting and roll call, please?
Roll call. Hill.
Here.
Who's on? Kane. Lopez.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend. Here. Burns.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Garner.
Here. Thank you, Clerk. I'm going to ask everybody to please stand at this time. And we're going to ask Pastor Stella Ruiz to come forward. She's with Oak Grove Christian Church. She's going to give the invocation tonight. And immediately we will have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Shall we pray? Gracious Creator, we invite you into this space, acknowledging that challenging discussions may arise during this time. Grant the patience and tolerance to navigate these moments with grace. Help those attending to listen with attentiveness and to respond with kindness and understanding. Ephesians 4 says, be completely humble and gentle, be patient, bearing with one another in love. Lord, we pray for humility, gentleness, and patience, and grant everyone the ability to find common ground and to work towards resolutions that honor you. Lord, we pray for those who are cold on this night, that you open doors now and in the future, and to give them warmth and shelter. And bountiful Lord, may you bless our leadership and direct their paths, and may their light shine through them and guide them with rest. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Ruiz. Appreciate your prayer. Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there was an agenda update issued, which the following changes were made. The order of the agenda has been changed. All of the consent items will be heard first. We added item 8.7 to the regular consent agenda, and we added documents to item 8.4 on the consent agenda and 12.3 of the administrator's agenda. Those are all the changes.
Okay, briefly, we're going to adjourn as the full Board of Unified Government of Commissioners, and we're going to take on the role of the Land Bank Board of Trustees. I'll ask for a motion in that regard.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion, second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to the Land Bank Board of Trustees consent agenda. Do any members of the commission or our county administrator wish to set aside any item on the Land Bank consent agenda? Seeing none. Okay, there is a motion for approval and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes the portion of our Land Bank Board of Trustees meeting. I'm gonna adjourn us in that capacity, and I'll entertain a motion not only for that adjournment, but to bring us back out of the Land Bank Board of Trustees into being the full Board of Unified Government Commissioners. There's a motion. For a second.
Second.
There's a motion, second. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with the items on the consent, planning, and zoning portion of the agenda. Clerk, if you would, read the statements required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Bill Burns, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Evelyn Hill, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Phil Lopez, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has 3 options. It can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. It can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. It can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendations. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand, and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. COZ 2025-023 proponents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? Clerk, anyone, any commissioners online? Clerks? Any hand raised online?
No. That all be. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Planning and zoning consent agenda, item 7.1, change of zone applications. 7.1.1, COZ 2025-022, Darrell Rakowski. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from AG Agricultural District to R1 Single Family District for residents at 12525 Leavenworth Road, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.1.2, COZ 2025-023, Josh Gatewood with McDonald's Corporation. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from MP1 Plan Light Industrial and Industrial Park District to CP2 General Plan Business District at 2320 Metropolitan Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.1.3, COZ 2025-025, Robert Frex. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District for storage and a garden at 6208 Riverview Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.1.4, COZ 2025-026, Cassandra Jaquez. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District for farming, keeping of hens and goats at 1721 North 55th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.1.5, COZ 2025-027, Philip Boutwell. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from C-0 non-retail business districts to C-D central business district for mixed commercial, office, and residential uses at 601 Minnesota Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.1.6, COZ 2025-028, Brittany Anderson. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to CP2 General Plan Business District for a Casey's Convenience Store and Gas Station at 9338 State Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2, special use permit applications. Item 7.2.1, SP 2025-051, Mark Master. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for general automobile maintenance at 6125 Speaker Road, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.2, SP 2025-055, Carrie Depew. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for continuation of outside storage of used, damaged, and undamaged, operable and inoperable vehicles at 6130 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.3, SP 2025-062, Tamara McConnell. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a liquor store at 1130 Quindaro Boulevard, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.4, SP 2025-065, Jace and Amy Larson. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 4206 Mission Road, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.5, SP 2025-066, John and Audrey Sill with Sensational Properties LLC. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 819 Southwest Boulevard, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.6, SP 2025-067, Wangfu Aaron Lau with Eternal Investing LLC. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 4110 South Minnie Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.7, SP 2025-068, David Dickey with Dickey LLC. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 4516 Eaton Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.8, SP 2025-069, Andrea Ryan and Denise Whiteman. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a restaurant and drinking establishment with live entertainment at 401 North 6th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.9, SP 2025-070, Patricia Soto. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for keeping one horse at 741 South 76th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.10, SP 2025-071, Northwood Liquor. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a liquor store at 2862 West 47th Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.11, SP 2025-072, Kurt Ritima, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 1425 South 36th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.12, SP 2025-073, John O'Dwyer, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 548 North 80th Terrace, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.13, Sarah Bellarde, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for continuation of a short-term rental at 3008 South 9th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.2.14, SP 2025-075, Stephen McCord, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a used automotive dealership at 2100 North 5th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.3, vacation application. Item 7.3.1, VAC 2025-003, Rosa Menor, a recommendation and ordinance for a vacation of a right-of-way for an undeveloped subdivision at 1910 South 16th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Section 7.4, plan review application. Item 7.4.1, PR 2025-033, Doug Clements with USD 500 KCK Public Schools. A recommendation for a preliminary plan review for a new middle school building, Central Middle School, at 51, 52, 55, 56, 58, 60, 64, 68, 72, 76, 80, 84, 88, 90 North 12th Street, and 1102, 1106, 1110, 1114, 1118, 1122, 1126, 1130, 1134, 1138, Riverview Avenue. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Mayor, this represents all the items on the consent agenda. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, I'd like to pull. Oh, is my mic on? There we go. There we go. Can you hear me now? SP 2025-072. Which would be 7.2.11.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask that we pull 7.1.5 COZ 2025-27.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend? Commissioner Townsend?
Technical difficulties. Thank you, Mayor. I ask that SP 2025-075 be set aside.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7, I just wanted to, because I overlooked having conversation with proponents of COZ 2025-028. Just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Clerk, I'd like to set aside as well, 7.2.3. Okay. Is there anyone in attendance that'd like to set aside an item that you heard here tonight? Okay. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just gonna ask if the clerk can read off which items were set aside since there were several. Thank you.
Clerk?
Mayor, we do have a hand raised online.
Okay.
I want to pull an item.
Clerk, you want to announce that first?
We have a hand raised online from Organization for Community Preservation. Are you wanting to pull an item off the consent agenda?
Yes, good evening. 7.2.3 SP 2525-062.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the same one I pulled, ma'am, but thank you.
The items that have been pulled from the consent agenda, as we start at the beginning of the agenda, we start with item 7.1.5, COZ 2025-027, Philip Boutwell, change of zone from C-0 non-retail business district to CD Central Business District at 601 Minnesota Avenue. Item 7.2.3, special use application SP 2025-062, Tamara McConnell, recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a liquor store at 1130 Quindaro Boulevard. Item 7.2.11, SP 2025-072, Kurt Riatma, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 1425 South 36th Street. And item 7.2.14, SP 2025-075, Stephen McCord, a recommendation and ordinance for special use permit for a used automotive dealership at 2100 North Fifth Street. Those are all the items we have been notified.
Thank you, clerk. Okay. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually with their hands up?
No other hands are raised.
Okay. I'll now entertain a motion for approval of the planning and zoning consent agenda excluding the listed set-asides. Is there a motion?
Move to approve all remaining items.
Second.
There's a motion, second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Townsend, Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, can you go with the first set-aside and read that for us?
The first item is item 7.1.5, COZ 2025-027, Philip Botwell, a recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from C-0 non-retail business district to CD Central Business District for mixed commercial office and residential uses at 601 Minnesota Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, clerk. Thank you, clerk. Staff, you have some comments?
LSMRC Planning Department. So this is a change of zone at 601 Minnesota. So this would allow the use to include some residential. From the proposal, this would be market rate apartments as well as offices and commercial. It is recommended for approval by Planning Commission pending all stipulations in the staff report.
Thank you. Is the applicant available here tonight? Thank you. If you could state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Megan Painter. I'm the Director of Neighborhood Development at Build Wyco, who we are the applicant for this. I reside at 1327 Barnett Avenue. Do you have a presentation at all to show a picture of our project? Okay. So we are very aware that this is a highly visible project right as you are entering the gateway to our downtown, and we are very much looking forward to it to being a jewel again. Underneath that ugly, ugly skin, there's actually a beautiful building that we can see now because of the fire that happened in the building next door that broke that glass. And so we have been working diligently with our architects and engineers in getting this project moving forward. We have to go through, we'll get historic tax credits for this, and that allows us to go through the state and through the National Park Service. So there's quite a long process, but we are nearing the end of that right now. And we are also very much relying on the historic district of the downtown to be approved as well. As noted, this is going to be a mixed-use building, market rate apartments above, our offices on the first 2 floors, and then some amenities down in the basement, and then hopefully some storefront action going on too. I guess that's about all I have, and I'm interested in your questions.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present here in the chambers today who would like to speak in favor of this item? Okay. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present here today in the chambers that'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Okay. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Petitioner, would you like to make some closing remarks about your project? It's
Sure. Megan Painter, Director of Neighborhood Development at 1327 Barnett Avenue. I would say that this has a lot of support. We've been going to a lot of our commissioners, a lot of the business economic development entities that are in our area, and we've gotten some really wonderful support. We have a pretty strong capital campaign building along with the $7.25 million that the historic tax credits could bring. We have excellent staff helping us with brownfields funding that could pay for all of the windows to be replaced and the building to be remediated. So that's very exciting, along with some funding through the Kansas Health Forward Foundation and a lot of people that are supporting this project because they really believe in it and they want to see something great happen for downtown KCK. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions from our commissioners. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Ms. Painter, you did mention that you had historical tax credits, correct?
We are in the application process right now. So that particular process, it is 2-part. We are through part 1. We are pushing for the state to review our part 2 application before it goes to the National Park Service.
The reason why I asked that this be pulled off to have a discussion, I'm the commissioner at large of that area, and I have not heard of the proposal that was presented here this evening. I don't believe anybody in your organization reached out to visit with me in reference to that, but that beside the point, I just wanted to make sure that there is a pinch point there on Sixth and Minnesota that makes it difficult for increased traffic flow, as well as the parking. Do you have the parking issue resolved or addressed for that proposed site?
So we will have at least 18 parking spots on site, and that's enough for our, am I right with that? 18? Oh, never mind, we're up to 22. So we'll have 22 for our residents, and then depending on what the library decides to do, we'll adjust to that. But that is what the plan is.
How many market rate apartments are you proposing in the development?
I believe we're at 21.
21 market rate apartment. And would you be kind enough to be able to share with us what you consider market rate in cost?
Market rate and cost right now is at least over $1,200 a month.
For a studio or one bedroom?
They're one bedroom.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had, I know that's a pinch point, and the historical tax credits, that building has a facade on it that it covered the original building. Are you removing the outside facade of that building completely?
Yes, and we had to fight for that with SHPO because it is covering up some really beautiful buildings, a really beautiful building.
Yeah, I was curious how you were getting historical tax credits, but yet leaving a modern facade on the buildings.
They actually do consider that facade modern, and they wanted us to keep it, and we refused. So our architect made a really great presentation to them and saying basically because of that fire too and the poor condition of the existing facade, there is more can be saved of the original building than what we could save of the 1968 version.
I would agree. And did the fire compromise the west side of the building at all? To the extent that it's not rehabitable on that side, or do you have to put a new wall in?
We have not had our engineer go through there yet to look at that specific wall, but it did absolutely compromise the grid and the glass that is there.
Okay. I know that recently we made a change in our downtown procedure to ensure that we had the authority to approve historical significance for our downtown, if I remember correctly, to make it a quicker opportunity for those that want to invest. If that's not correct, please correct me, but I believe that's right.
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So we do have the downtown designated historic district, which isn't officially finalized, but they still can apply for tax credits as we're finalizing it. It's basically a comment back and forth to just solidify the district and everything that will come out of it. But yeah, it is a large area that encompasses many buildings.
Great, thank you. I know when you said you had a lot of community input, I looked to see where you had your community meeting and there was no one that showed up.
Right.
And so when you said you had a lot of community input, and I see none here that signed up, I wanted to ensure that as commissioner at large for that area, it is imperative that that building, if you're not going to preserve it for its historical value, the building has been boarded up for quite a while. That is a very marketable corner for our community. And if you are dead set on pulling the facade and going after the historical tax credits and can make the building viable, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank
I
you.
really do. The pinch point, you won't be using any of the parking from the government parking lot across the street, will you, on the east?
Well, I know that we did pass an ordinance basically that says there will be, we don't have to have, what is the exact ordinance?
Yeah, this is the ordinance that came out of the business task force. I think that you're referring to the all commercial east of I-635 does not have a parking minimum requirement anymore. So this falls under that.
My question goes back to, we had a development downtown that was utilizing our government property as their parking spaces. And I know now we don't have that ordinance thanks to the work of a few of the commissioners, but I just wanted to ensure that you're not counting the property that goes to all the unified government employees, fire department, and all of those that are utilizing the BPU area and the hotel area and all of that. That's not included in your parking.
But it's not included right now in the application.
Wonderful. Thank you. I wish you the best on that facility, and I do hope that wall is sustainable and that it limits the amount of money you have to put into it, because I'd like to see that building refurbished instead of just sitting there locked down for another 5, 10, 15 years.
It's a $17 million project, so it is a big project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Man, get up. I also represent that district as the county commissioner in that district. I had heard rumors that it was going to be rebuilt, whatever. Like Commissioner Burrows, this is the first I've been made aware of. Having said that, anybody coming from Kansas City, Missouri, coming into Kansas City, Kansas, the first thing you see on your left is that building. And I don't have to tell you that the World Cup is coming. And I would hope that your company can see fit to fix the outside of that building as soon as possible. Because it's nothing but an eyesore. And it's had been an eyesore for many, many months. So I support your project. I want it to get done. I just, want to let you know, we need to be better informed.
Okay, we had two individuals who were going through everything. I was under the impression that they had already reached out to you. I know we've been in the planning department, economic development, we've been in a lot of different places, and I had thought they had reached out to all of our commissioners as well.
Okay, with that, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Before I accept that, just Administrator, you've heard from our commissioners, if you could ensure that staff, including the mayor, when there's items, projects of significance, that those commissioners and especially the mayor are made aware of the proposals that are coming forward that could have an impact as far as economic development in those districts, especially the in-district and at-large commissioner that it may have impact with. I think that would be appropriate so as not to have that concern from our elected body on not being brought up to speed on what they're being asked to vote for on the night that it's being brought forward. So there's a motion and a second. I'll accept that. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum. Aye. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, what's the next item, please?
The next item is item 7.2.3, P 2025-062, Tamara McConnell, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a liquor store at 1130 Quindaro Boulevard, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0.
Staff, can you make some opening remarks on that project, please?
Sure, Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. So again, this is for a liquor store. This was associated with a variance that also went through the Board of Zoning Appeals. Due to proximity to a school and church, it was approved and it was recommended for approval by Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Good evening. My name is Tamara McConnell. I reside at 8733 Cleveland Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. Proposed use for 1130 Quindaro is for a wine and spirits store. Hours of operation Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday, 11 a.m. until 9 p.m. Why? I grew up in Parkwood, and that was my community. So I miss my community. There were stores The building that I now lease was a liquor store previously. And growing up, that area was business filled. You had Velvet Freeze, you had, of course, the liquor store that used to be, I'm drawing a blank to names, the AG's liquor store, you had Carter's, you had restaurants, laundromats, grocery stores from 11th all the way to 18th Street. We had places that we could shop. My wife for a liquor store in Quindaro. I am a business owner currently and have began to reinvest my money into a different venture. I have studied the craft of spirits for a very long time, very well traveled in the spirit industry, and have been associated with lots of larger makers in the spirit world. I feel that there's a home and a place in Quindaro for something other than just a cold beer. Wine and spirits have a vast and a wide variety. And so I just look for a place to house some of the makers that I am very familiar with. There are a lot of brown and Black women and men makers, along with a lot of local distillers and distributors in Wyandotte County that deserve a place to be housed. And so that is my why for bringing that to my community.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, as we open this public hearing, is there anyone, have you received any notification from anyone who'd like to present their support in favor of this item?
No comments were received.
Okay. Is there anyone joining us virtually like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Okay.
No hands are raised at this time.
Clerk, the individual that was joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
We now have Organization for Community Preservation. You'll need to unmute. State your name and residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Candy Leonard Caldwell, President for Organization for Community Preservation, Northeast Wyandotte County. After I heard Ms. McConnell speak, I'm unclear as to, is it a liquor store or is it a wine and sip? OCP's concern with a liquor store in our community, there is a gas station that operates 24 hours within 2 blocks of that potential liquor store, and they serve or sell liquor there 24 hours. Also, there's a event hall that serves liquor during their hours of operation. And then as Ms. McConnell spoke, the sports bar and grill that she owns serves alcohol beverages. What we would like to see for businesses coming along the Quindaro corridor is, like she said, opportunities for businesses, coffee shops, donut shops, things that are family friendly. And that's our concerns this evening. Thank you.
Clerk, thank you. Is there anyone else, clerk?
We have Miss Elnora Jefferson. Ms. Jefferson, you'll need to unmute. State your name and residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Elnora Jefferson in Kansas City, Kansas. I'd like to speak in opposition because we have spent over the last number of years a lot of time. The commissioners have spent time and staff has spent time to revitalize and come up with plans, land use plans and so forth, to revitalize the Quindaro area and the Northeast area in general. The vision that some of us have is for the Northeast to be a destination point for a variety of businesses that are family friendly, that attract youth. And the liquor store, another liquor store in that area, does not fit that criteria. The other point that I wanted to bring is what a realtor would say is trying to find a location for a renter or for someone who wants to purchase property, to own property there. What effect does a business like this have to either attract or to deter that type of a market, as well as other types of markets? Ms. Caldwell mentioned a coffee shop, a donut shop, and so forth. So for those reasons, I'd like to submit, or I am submitting my vote in opposition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone else?
We have Ms. Camille. You'll need to unmute, state your name and residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, all. Miss Camille Caldwell, Kansas City, Kansas, in this OCP area, Vice President of OCP. I'm going to second what Mrs. Caldwell said and Mrs. Jefferson. We don't need another liquor store. We have enough establishments selling liquor all around within this Northeast community. That's not going to be beneficial to the vision we're trying to see for our community. That's not going to be positive for the community we're trying to build the youth in. Another liquor store is passe. We don't need that. We already have enough transitional homes and enough establishments selling liquor. We need something positive. We have bookstore owners potentially wanting to be in this community, and we're trying to give this great building to another liquor store. We don't need that. We're trying to raise scholars, not alcoholism, and promote that. So that's my spiel as a single mother and a homeowner and vice president of this community's organization. Have a good evening, all. Thanks for listening.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing. Petitioner, you can make some closing remarks, answer some of those questions.
So as for the other places in our community that sell alcohol beverages, those are businesses that sell those beverages by the drink. Our liquor store, Wine and Spirits, is what we are looking to call it, which will be alcoholic products, still deserves a place. The gas station located in our community sells cans of beer. My Sports Bar and Grill, along with the event hall slash bar that is near us, sells drinks per the drink. People come in all the time looking for a place to buy an allocated spirit, bourbon, whiskey, a good bottle of wine in the homes that are being built in Wyandotte County, in Quindaro, and there is nowhere for them to shop for those products of quality. And so, yes, there are places that sell these things, but there are not places that sell them by the bottle to the consumer who is looking to purchase those type of products.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open up to the commissioners. Commissioner Stites.
Wrong button. Stites District 7, and this may be for staff, I'm not sure, but it was mentioned earlier that it had to go through the review for the distance variance from a school or church. Did it meet that criteria?
So it did go through Planning Department. So it went through the Board of Zoning Appeals because of its proximity to a school and a church. It did get approved. Otherwise, you would not have it in front of you here right now. I will say the particular zoning district does allow for this use, and it has previously been a liquor store in the past in the early 2000s.
So what was the distance from either the church or school?
Let me look real quick. Alyssa Planning. So again, it's within 2000. So it was a little over 1,100 square feet from an elementary school,
Hang on a second, because that doesn't make any sense. 1,100 square feet.
1,100
Linear?
feet, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Which is a violation of 155 feet, and then 707 feet from a Baptist church, which is a violation of 593 feet.
Okay. And then it was also mentioned that there was a gas station. I think it was one of the online speakers that said that there was a gas station that's serving alcohol 24 hours a day. We have that?
Not to my knowledge, I don't think that
Well,
follows
maybe,
state law.
maybe our law enforcement
Yeah.
that's listening may want to tune in and take a
Agreed.
look at that one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mary. I'll pick up where Commissioner Stites left off. I think maybe some of the confusion is the gas station, get and go, whatever you want to call it, that it's at approximately 13th and Quindaro is open 24 hours. And I'm going to ask once again for staff to look into that. I looked into that a couple of months ago, more than a couple of months ago, and ask community policing to look, because when we approved, this body approved the permit, it did not give that operator the okay to operate 24 hours. So maybe that's where that was coming from, whatever they're selling, if they're open. But I'm going to ask staff to look at that, and I can get you the exact address. I have also gotten, I don't know, a myriad of complaints from the churches, from the neighborhood organization about people hanging out around there. So that's probably where that comes from. But I would like to ask Ms. McConnell a question about it. And as she comes to the mic, I think the point that some of the callers were making, whether it's alcohol by the drink that you buy or alcohol by the bottle, it's still alcohol. And they're expressing a concern for that in this community. I will say that we look forward to possibly in another week or so, weather permitting, a groundbreaking just blocks away, the Quindaro Homes through CJR Construction. This is some of the things that we look forward to as we try to provide good housing options. And it is very important what is around these homes. And the neighborhood organization has expressed concern. So my question is, what would it take, or why could you not, if you're going to sell alcohol and these fine spirits, just do that at your current establishment?
I am licensed to sell drinks by the glass,
Mhm.
not by the bottle.
So what would it take to do that? Is that a possibility? It's still alcohol, but it's not another establishment.
Yeah. In the sports bar, that's a different service. Retail and the service that you provide in the business that I currently provide service to is different than retail coming in and shopping for a product. When you're buying a drink, you of course, have it mixed and you enjoy it sitting at a bar. If you purchase retail a bottle of a spirit of your choice, you take that home to enjoy that in the comfort of your home. So the reason that I can't do that is because people that are coming to purchase a drink want to sit there and enjoy the drink. People who want to purchase a bottle would like to take that home and enjoy it in their home.
And I don't see those as incompatible situations. If I come in and I want a drink there, I have a drink there. And maybe I like that so much, I'd like a bottle of that to go. And maybe it's unfair to ask you that question, and I have to ask it from staff. What would prevent you from selling bottled alcohol in your establishment?
I don't
Have
think
you
it's
considered
preventing,
that?
it's them taking that spirit from a sports bar outside into the community. So I don't know that there's something preventing it. Again, the reason why I am interested in having the wine and spirit store is my passion for the world of spirits. Traveling around the country to different distillers, vineyards, and learning about spirits, giving some of the women and men, brown and Black makers, a space in Quindaro to house a product that I think my community will enjoy.
Well, once again, I appreciate your love for the spirits. I know that there's a lot of attention being given to some distilleries, particularly in the Tennessee area. But with this area, again, the concern is, what are we trying to develop in that area? And how much alcohol is already being sold there? And I still don't understand why, since you're already selling alcohol, you couldn't sell these fine spirits to go at your current establishment. Does legal have an answer? Okay.
Angela Lawson, Acting Chief Counsel. Those are two separate liquor licenses, so you can't have both licenses at one location. So she would be prohibited from doing so.
Okay, thank you. And look, again, the point of that, you already have a place where you sell liquor, so the concern is adding more facilities in an area that we're trying to build up with other types of retail. I have to support the neighborhood group on this. I appreciate your love of fine spirits. I just don't think this is the location for it. As we try to build up that area with residential properties, I think it devalues for those people who want to live there and will be living in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. If someone, we have a variety of new homes being built in this area. If someone that currently lives there or who buys a new home would like to purchase a product of the kind you're hoping to sell, do you know where they would need to go right now to buy that?
The closest where you could have a good selection would probably be Rogers Liquor Store, closest. And then you just go further out west,
Or they could go into Missouri
into Missouri.
to Red X
Yeah,
and take that business completely out of our county.
yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't know if you can answer my question or if staff can answer my question. Before, it was stated that it was a liquor store before. How long was that liquor store in operation?
I don't have I know it closed around 2005. It was there all of my childhood, so I would say over 15 years. And that's just guesstimation. I don't know the exact amount of years that liquor store operated.
Melissa Mercy Planning. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I thought it was only a few years, so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, it has been my experience that if there's certain businesses that a local community doesn't want to see in their area, that this council takes approach of doing a moratorium on how many of licenses can be issued within a certain area for a certain business, whether it be a check cashing company, whether it be a pawn shop. We put criteria in place so that investors don't go out and buy a building and start rehabbing it only to find out that they can't go within that area because it's already, I don't want to say saturated, but there's a limited number of certain businesses that can go into that location. And it really prevents something what's happening here. You purchase the building because it used to be a liquor store. In the meantime, other liquor stores have opened up in the community and you're coming in to rehab it to provide a service only to find out that the community is not receptive to that. You're not the only one that has happened to in business. It's frustrating for a developer to realize that they can't do that after they've spent money doing what you're doing, and that's working on a facility. It's not uncommon for a community to say, we're only going to allow so many licenses in our community. We put criteria of 1,000 feet that was questioned here on the state side. I know that if there were 4 liquor stores and a 5th one was wanting to come in, somebody has to buy one of them out. Or if they retire, that somebody can buy that and usually find out that license is worth more money then than it was when they initially bought it. So it does create a marketability, a capital approach to investment within a district of not saturating it, but keeping the business that is there has built-in wealth and significance. So I would say, Mayor, if that may be something that we might want to have staff look at as the commission moves forward in the years ahead, that if there's businesses they don't want to have within a certain area, they put a moratorium on them. We've done it on pawn shops, I believe. We've done it on, some places have done them on smoking establishments. Some of them have done them on parole centers. There's different criteria, but this would be a good example and opportunity for us to learn from. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, now, who's Javon Taryn Baker?
He is the owner of the building.
Okay. And then there's liquor store at 5th and Quindaro and 7th and Quindaro, or right off 7th Street, I think. There's that one that's closer to kind of join in with the Commissioner Bynum's comment, but I was just trying to figure out so are you buying this property from him?
I'm leasing the building.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you. To follow up on Commissioner Lopez's comment, yeah, there's liquor store at 5th and Quindaro, and there's also a liquor store near about 7th and Garfield. So there are other liquor stores as you go east of that, so people could stop at those facilities as well. This is a question, I think, for staff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. McConnell, the proposed hours for operation on Sunday are 11 to 9 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Steph, what would be the latest, or is there a limitation on when somebody could buy alcohol on Sunday? Is it not after a certain time or what? Is there currently, if you went into a liquor store?
There would be a limitation. If you give me a minute, I can look it up
Okay.
for you. If you want to, ask if you have other questions and I'll find it.
I didn't have any other question at this point. That was main time.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe that the commission, not too long ago, passed an ordinance. I think Council Myers had brought that up at the request of my office and others to push back the hours of operation for liquor stores to later. I guess the concern from some residents in their term was that folks were getting juiced up early in the morning and pretty much inebriated by lunch. And so that's what came out of that. So while council's looking for that, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think for me, I know that Mount Carmel is really has a huge project in the works that hopefully will be coming online in the years to come that really could be transformative for that general area in the northeast of Kansas City, Kansas. CGR, Commissioner Townsend talked about that homes, Fran Sutton Homes, Mosaic with John Tell Jones and what he's trying to do in the northeast, building quality homes. 18th and Quindaro, there's several individuals there in and around that location that have gotten land bank properties and looking at quality, affordable homes, as well as the river's edge as you go from north from Quindaro on 18th Street and hit the highway. There's a lot of economic development opportunities that exist that I've heard about from various developers that are visioning and reimagining that area for Quindaro. But I can tell you, one thing that just talking to the neighborhood groups and a lot of churches and folks that I've talked to over the years since I've been mayor is pawn shops, liquor stores, halfway houses, check cashing places, those types of businesses, in a lot of people's mind, just don't add value to building strong, sustainable, livable neighborhoods. And what folks would like to see, and what I haven't heard, and I've advocated for from day one since I've been mayor, and it's really been hard to do. And we've crossed over and we're starting to get the housing that hopefully can sustain this. But I would love for someone to come here and say, I want to build a grocery store, a real grocery store, with fresh fruits and vegetables and things that can sustain a neighborhood and provide healthy products for individuals, coffee shops, things that can attract our young people, bookstores, uh, storefront, mixed-use properties that can sustain entrepreneurs and small businesses and things of that nature. When you talk about a lot of liquor stores, and I'm not in no way against those folks that like to entertain liquor. I don't drink, but I know a lot of folks that do. That's their business. But I think that there's a lot of liquor stores in that area and a lot of businesses that provide that. And I believe that the vision from the community, and I know the vision that has come from this chamber and a lot of folks is we're trying to build quality, sustainable, livable neighborhoods that investors will want to invest in and create an environment that's attractive. Quindaro has somewhat of a perception to it over the years that's developed. And Quindaro is not what that perception in any way represents. But if we continue to entertain liquor stores, halfway houses, check cashing places, and things of that nature, it really presents an environment that you wouldn't see anywhere else that sustains a safe and livable neighborhood. I don't really know what, you said spirits. Um, I don't know if you're just selling wine or you're selling a little bit of everything, because you said it's a spirit store, but then you also said it's a liquor store, and I don't really know the difference. And if there is a difference, please educate me, because I'd like to be educated. And if I don't really know, I know one of the residents that spoke, she was somewhat unclear. I'm not opposed to having your store, but I just want this commission to really take into account, I've always been community-driven about everything we do. And just take into account of what do we want the future of the Northeast of Kansas City, Kansas to look like? And will it add value, just not to that community, but to the residents that live in those communities? They've been asking for real amenities that are going to improve the quality of life for those residents and spur additional quality investments. If you look at some communities, one liquor store leads to another liquor store, to a check cashing place and a pawn shop. A lot of those businesses are very, in certain communities, they don't present a hopeful environment for the residents that live there. And as we know, we don't want to contribute to individuals that may try to self-medicate themselves in a variety of ways, or put themselves in a deeper hole that they may already be in. So it's really up to this commission, but we just really need to think about what do we want the Northeast to look like? And I believe that there's a plan, there's a vision in working with our community to create the kind of neighborhoods that are safe, livable, that people would want to live, work, and raise their families and feel comfortable with their children walking down the street every day, and their senior citizens walking down the street. There's churches there, there's schools there. I just don't know. And again, I don't know how much value a liquor store at that location would add. All I can tell you, ma'am, is I do support entrepreneurs such as yourself. I do support small businesses. If this does not pass, and I don't know if it will, but if it doesn't pass, hopefully you'll go back, hit reset, listen to the community, talk to them, and maybe put something there that could be of added value to the community that could really be beneficial as far as to a neighborhood environment that could really anchor families in that neighborhood, and they can feel comfortable and safe, because not everybody drinks, and I don't know how comfortable a church would feel having a liquor store in close proximity to where they have their services. So we have other comments. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming for us and wanting to meet an entrepreneur. I don't know where I'm gonna go yet. I see both sides. Just to also to point out on our agenda earlier today, we also, in my district, approved a liquor store, Northwood Liquor, who's been there for years. So just pointing out we're approving a liquor store in one area, but yet not in another. Northwood has been there for a while. Yes, it's in a shopping area, but it's also in a neighborhood, not that far from a school as well. And it has caused no issues. So I, again, don't know where I stand, but I want us to be selective of where we think should go. We already approved one liquor store, but yet this one is on the fence. And so that's just, it's just hard for me to find as I said, I see both sides and I don't know where to go, but the community concerns are valid. There is this connotation around liquor stores and of businesses alike. And those are valid concerns. I've had concerns with other liquor stores in my district as well. And those, we take them as they come. So I just wanted to make that comment of, we approved one already, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. If this will help you, I grew up around Parkwood when I moved here, and I can tell you that that area has come a long way. And I can tell you, as I've traveled this country, looking at other communities, I live in Rosedale currently. You are my commissioner. I can tell you Rosedale has a lot of good services, resources, and amenities that bring value to that neighborhood, including KU Medical Center. The northeast of Kansas City, Kansas has been lacking for decades. And it's time that this community listen to the people that live in those neighborhoods. They demand better than liquor stores, check cashing places, things that don't add value, pawn shops, halfway houses, and things of those natures. That has been historically for years, maybe not always, but for as long as I've been here. The demographics has changed, but between the Latino population currently and the African American population, when I was there, there were a lot of issues. And that area has been disinvested, disenfranchised, racially redlined intentionally. If you go back and you look at the history books, that has caused a lot of issues there. Crime, when I worked on the police department, was rampant. We've done a real good job of really embracing the broken windows theory, not just through the police, sheriff, and the DA's office, but also the unified government departments. Yes, I challenge you and I say just consider that maybe we can be selective, and this goes in line with what Commissioner Burrows talked about when he said that maybe we put moratoriums on certain developments that don't add value. Is a liquor store priority? I haven't heard that from one person in those neighborhoods. What has been priority is a grocery store. What has been priority is investment in roads, streets, and sidewalks, things that add value to the neighborhood, quality, affordable housing for all income levels. Those are the things that people say they want in their neighborhoods. I have yet to hear one person say, I want a halfway house and a liquor store and a check cashing place anywhere in the Northeast. So if that will help with your decision, Commissioner, I ask that you take that into consideration. I believe that we should be community driven. If you talk to the neighborhood groups, you have the MBR leadership that spoke, you have the neighborhood leadership that spoke. I ask that you take that in consideration and be community driven when you think about these. And hopefully the new mayor, and I know she will because she's here. Thank you for being here, Mayor-elect. We're glad to see you as well as her team. We really think about these things and really vision and reimagine what we want our community to look like. But I can tell you, when I moved here in Parkwood, it was crime-ridden, it was blighted, there was drugs everywhere. That's not what it is today. And I can tell you, if you go back even before me, talking to some of the folks that were there before me, long before me, that I've talked to, some of our elders, they did have grocery stores, they did have bookshops, they did have thriving developments. But when all that left, what left last was liquor stores. I'm just saying. So something we need to think about. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor, for that. and you've already alluded to this, but again, if this would help your analysis, Commissioner, yes, we approved a liquor store at somewhere else, but here we have, as the mayor said, people who live in this area, who have said this is not a priority for them. And we have tried desperately. You sit on the Land Bank Committee, so you know the efforts we've made to try to encourage development, and we're finally getting it. I am so happy to know that people have come to this area and want to build good homes. But we want those homes filled, and people will give the side eye, I'm afraid, if, as the mayor said, this is what we see there. I appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit. As Ms. McConnell said, they can go to her establishment already and get a drink. But neighborhoods aren't developed positively or negatively overnight. It's a slippery slope. And I believe this is what the mayor was referring to from what he saw in Parkwood. Now, I've got a few years on him, so I remember before he came and it wasn't like that. And luckily it's going back. So we want to build up, and we have to be selective in what we do, particularly in the Northeast area. We've heard from this administration, prior administrations, and these are the types of decisions right here, right now, that will make a difference in how we develop or not. And so, again, I am going to support the neighborhood group's request not to move this forward and concentrate on development, continued concentration of the homes and the development there and what will be of service to those people. I appreciate you wanting to be an entrepreneurial additive, but as the neighborhood group has said, don't think this is the right addition for a neighborhood that we are really trying to develop with New Life. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. Ma'am, I supported your Q13 when you came before us, and I hope that you're doing well. I have heard good things about it. A lot of folks are saying that it's operated great and it's an added benefit to the community. But I will say this, unfortunately, I believe with the proximity to the other liquor stores and with the proximities to the school and the church, this would be one that I wouldn't be able to support. But I do commend you for looking at other opportunities in that area so that we can. I just don't think this is the right one for me and obviously for others that have spoke. I know that a lot of folks have talked about maybe some sort of a cafe or food or another something that might work out up in that area, just ideas. But I do commend you for coming back and trying to do another business.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the initiative, ma'am, that you've taken to try to make a good liquor store there. If you go to any restaurant, they don't make their money on food. They make it with liquor, beer, whatever. I don't think we need to be here to legislate morality. This lady wants to open up a liquor store. She has credibility in the community. And I don't know why we want to tie our hands to her. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Before I accept any motions, council?
Yes, I was going to answer the question of hours. For cereal malt beverages, they may be sold on Sundays between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. The rest of the week between 9 a.m. and midnight, and then they not on Easter Sunday. And then for regular liquor stores, the hours are the hours are the same, but they're also prohibited from No, wait a minute. I'm so sorry. That was, the first one was, the alcohol beverages. The second, or I'm reading too small a print. I apologize. First one was the cereal malt beverages. The liquor stores, may sell them from, on Sundays, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. the rest of the week, and not on Easter, Thanksgiving, or Christmas.
Okay, thank you, Council. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Counselor. So for clarification, can you sell alcohol? I know you said the malt beverages. I'm thinking beer only. This request on Sundays to go to 9 o'clock, under what you just read, is that permissible? Or would they have to change the hours even on Sunday?
This is a different license. This is the to-go orders. This is the to-go alcohol.
Well, I know, but I understand that this is seeking to sell from 11 to 9 on Sunday. So based on what you just read, can that be done?
That would be for, oh, I'm sorry. That would be on Sundays, it would have to be 8 p.m.
Okay, so they couldn't sell it as
They-
late as the request is for, which is to 9, I
Right,
believe.
and
Okay.
the ordinance would trump, even the ordinance would trump, and they would be restricted to that hour.
Mhm. Okay, well, just for clarification, but thank you. Thank you for looking at that.
Thank you, and thank you, commissioners. I'd like to say I supported Q 13. I've been there. I support your business. It's an awesome business. You run a tight ship. But again, I go back to, I struggle, I know what the vision of the community is for Quindaro Boulevard and the Northeast in general. And really, priority one is a grocery store, restaurants, and amenities and things of that nature. So that's just, I'm going to continue to be community driven. So in that regard, there was a motion to approve from Commissioner Burns. Is there a second? Okay, well, that motion will die for lack of a second. Commissioner Burns?
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion that anyone like to make? Commissioner Townsend?
Yes, I would move to deny the request as proposed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
No.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda?
The next set aside we have is item 7.2.11, SP 2025-072, Kurt Riamata, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 1425 South 36th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0.
Staff?
Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. So this is a short-term rental for a non-owner occupied STR. So the special use permit would be for 1 year. It has 1 on-street parking and 1 off-street parking space, so 2 total. And it's for 5 residents or 5 occupants.
Okay. Is the petitioner present? Clerk, we have anyone online from?
We do have the petitioner online.
Okay.
Mr. Riamata,
Yeah,
you'll need to
Is-
unmute.
I think I'm unmuted. Is that right?
State your name and residence, and you'll be able to present your application.
My name is Kurt Ridema. I reside at 1414 South 35th Street, so it's 3 houses down from this residence. This is the house of my widowed mother. When my father was alive, they came down a lot more in order to visit the grandkids. And so just as she uses a little less than she used to, just this would be another way in order to supplement some of her expenses to continue to be able to be here.
Thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from anyone who'd like to speak, unless at least express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments were received.
Okay. Clerk, have you received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to the item?
No hands are raised.
I'll close the public hearing. Petitioner, you want some closing comments?
No. Yeah.
All right. Open it up for questions from the commission. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kurt, I'm the one who pulled this. I just have some concerns that I was, when I was going through my agenda. Your name is, how do you say your last name again?
Ridema, thank you.
Ridema.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I just didn't see your name. I see the address is Marvin and Helen. Is that right?
Yeah, that it's a living trust, and I'm the trustee of it.
Okay, so that was my next question is I don't see in the packet a power of attorney.
Yeah, that was actually shared with the staff in the packet.
Okay, because it just, and it shows the mailing address up off 9th Street Southwest in Sioux Center, Iowa.
Yeah,
That
yep.
mailing address comes back to 1414 South 35th Street.
Yep, and that's my address.
Okay, but your address is
1414 South 35th Street.
well, where's
Yeah.
1435 South 36th?
That is the address that the house is that we're applying for the short-term rental permit for.
No, it's 1425 36.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you were just saying that you live at 1435 South 35th.
1414 South 35th Street.
36.
So 35th Street. So go over one street.
Yep, I see you over there.
Okay, there we are. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I was just, my concern is I just didn't see your name on
Sure.
And we're, so staff, you have the power of attorney on this?
Are you asking us if we've
I am.
seen evidence of the power of attorney for this?
Yeah, is that something you have to see?
No.
Well, then, so I could do a short-term rental on my neighbor's house and him not knowing it?
I could,
Planning. So whenever we're checking to make sure that the applicant is able to apply for a short-term rental, whether they are the property owners or not, if someone else is, they have to fill out the property owner consent form for the short-term rental application. And if they are not the property owner then has to fill it out and get it notarized.
Okay, I just don't see it in our packet.
We don't usually put the property owner consent form on the packages.
Why? I mean, that would have saved a lot of questions here.
I'm not 100% sure about that.
Maybe that's something we can remedy.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's all. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure this was legit.
Yeah, we did go through the process and the property owner consent form was filled out and notarized. Everything was good to go.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll entertain Commissioner Ramirez.
I was just gonna do that, Mr. Mayor. Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill, Aye. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, what's the next item? Set aside.
The next set aside item is item 7.2.14, SP 2025-075, Stephen McCord, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a used automotive dealership at 2100 North Fifth Street.
Thank you. Staff?
Alyssa Marcy Planning. So again, this is a special use permit for an automotive dealership. This would be for a 2-year period. It was recommended for approval.
Thank you. Petitioner? Opening comment?
Stephen McCoy Jr., 411 Waverly Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. And I'm trying to get my special use permits to open my car lot here on 5th and Quindera on the corner. 2100 North 5th Street.
Right. Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this, this item? Is there anyone joining us virtually, clerk, who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Have you received any notification from the public clerk who expressed their comments in favor of the item?
No comments were received.
Have you received any, notifications, clerk, from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
I'll close the public hearing. Sir, you can make some closing remarks if you'd like.
Just appreciate the opportunity. I have 4 years of experience in this. I moved my car lot from Springfield, Missouri, back to Kansas City, Kansas, my hometown. And I'm looking forward to providing quality cars for the community.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mary. Good evening, Mr. McCord. The reason I asked that this be pulled out after I've read through it, I'm very familiar with this area. I live not far from within walking distance. So I applaud your entrepreneurial desires here. I do have concerns, and these are the concerns. This would probably be within the last year, the second used car lot for which someone has come, to see us. It was approved, and that lot is about just a mile, maybe 1.4 miles from your lot. Then at 5th and Quindera down to, then at 5th and Troop, there's another, I'll say business, I don't know what it is, but it has been the source of a lot of problems. There's a fence around it, but the owners have not come before this body for licensing to do whatever it is, and it is an eyesore. I've gotten so many calls. We had it cleaned up. I would not want to see what you're wanting to do devolve into something like that. So there are a couple of things that I would ask be done that have not been addressed in the packet. First thing would be repairs. I understand you want to sell cars, but there's no garage there. So I would wonder, it talks about repairs. Why would you be repairing something there?
I have 2 garages, ma'am.
I beg your pardon?
I have 2 garages, ma'am. I've been making repairs on the building. I put a new roof on there about like a month or 2 ago, and we've been remodeling the inside. I'm almost done. Just need to be painted now on the inside, and then you start setting it up. And everything will be ready.
Okay. Well, like I said, I saw you're going to use the building that's there as a garage.
No, not right on the corner. It's the car lot. Just have the cars on the car lot, have my whole building like it is. Like, that's all I'm gonna sell out there is just cars. I'm not gonna be doing only detailing like for like myself and like working on my personal cars there. That's it, man.
Okay, I'm still not understanding because there is one building there on the premises.
What building you talking about? Just on 2100 North 5th Street?
Right at 5th and Quindera?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. So you're saying you would be inside doing repairs? Is
Just,
that it?
just for my personal car, like for my car, or like anything need to be, like brakes or anything done on the car, like anything I take to the shop. I have somebody out on Bannister that works on the vehicles, and that's where I'll be taking them. But I work on like stuff that I can handle, save myself some money.
So you do not anticipate doing repairs on the vehicles that you are also trying to sell? Is that it?
Just like simple brakes and stuff like that stuff I can save myself money on. Other than that, I'll send it out to the shop. My buddy's out on Bannister.
Okay. Again, how neighborhoods devolve is a slippery slope. And like I said, we've already got less than half a mile down the street from you, several blocks, one eyesore. I don't want this to become another eyesore. I'm okay with it if repairs are not done where they could be seen, but I don't know how you're going to do that. The other thing that did not seem to be addressed in here is how many cars would be on the lot at any one given time.
I try out like at least like 5 to 10 cars there. Like right now, I probably can do 10. That's about the maximum I keep on there. Have some parking in the back for customers, and just work it like that. See how it goes. Have some cheaper cars, some higher end vehicles, some financing, some in-house finance, some cash cars.
Okay, well, I would like to see a limitation put on it. 10 sounds about a good number. When I passed there today, by a quick count, they're either 6 to 8. But once you get past that, it's looking like space is going to be difficult because you're also going to have to account for, as you say, people who come in who want to look. So I would ask that no more than 10 be on the lot at any given time.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sounds reasonable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the fence that is in need of repair on the east and the north of the property? What's going to be done with that?
I'm working on that right now, man. We're gonna get that done.
Okay, then I would request that that be an obligation. I know our staff is short-sighted, but that would be something that needs to be some short, yeah. Short staff. Thank you, Commissioner. But that is definitely something that needs to be addressed before this as a condition. So I appreciate that. So we talked about that. Repair signage. I would appreciate that any signage you want to put up be on the Fifth Street side, not on the Quinzero side.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're agreeable to those things, I'd have no further questions or concerns about it and wish you well. But I would like these to be incorporated into the conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Commissioner, would you like to make that a motion?
sure. I would move to approve SP 2025-075 for use as requested with the following additional conditions. Repair of the fence on the west and north side of the property. Cars for sale limited to 10 on the premises at any one time. Any signage for the company be placed only on the Fifth Street side. Any repairs that are to be done, not viewable by the public, but contained inside the garage. And that is my motion.
Is there a second?
Bynum, second.
Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7, and this is for staff. So our recently passed sign ordinance, how does that affect, come into play with the current motion that's been made? I'm getting clogged up, so I'm sorry. I sound like.
Okay, Alyssa, Planning Department. So it should comply with that. I mean, again, it would depend on what type of signage that you use, but in terms of the location, there would not be a conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Second.
This is a question for legal, before we, I know there was a resolution that was put out that this commission voted on, so even though that was passed, the signage, did that come from the planning commission? Or was that passed by this commission? The reason I ask is because that resolution, that was put out, it basically dictated, Commissioner Stites, that, this body here ultimately makes and decides all the policies, and they can overrule past policies and supersede that. You all have complete authority to develop the ordinances and the resolutions and the policies, as you all dictate, through a majority vote. I don't know if you know what resolution I'm talking about, Clerk, but I know that's one that I pushed for. It was about a year ago. So ultimately, what I'm saying is ultimately the commission, I hear your question, decides that by majority vote. So Commissioner Townsend can make that motion, and a majority vote could supersede that signage based on the resolution that you all passed about a year ago.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay.
Correct, Mayor. But if you have a situation like where we were discussing the liquor laws, the ordinance that you passed would trump what was issued in a permit. So there are times when if the ordinance is
Right.
more restrictive and there's not a special use permit, that it could be.
I get that.
So, but it would all be commission action.
Commission action. That's what I'm saying. Things can be approved by this commission. So
Yeah.
there's a motion, there's a second. I'm sorry, Commissioner Townsend.
I would like to make one more minute for clarification, and it goes to the signage. Because of the proximity of this to a historically designated residential area, again, with the signage, I would ask, no waving blow up dolls over there. Again, how communities progress or not is a slippery slope. So initially I was talking and still am concerned about where you put the signage, just that it's Fifth Street facing and not on Quindera. But I would also ask as restriction, no waving flying signs or however you want to call that. You okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Clerk, did we capture all those
We did.
particulars? Okay.
We do.
I'd ask that,
Yes. It's on, we're on film, we're on video.
okay. So I'll go back. Who made the original motion?
Commissioner Townsend.
Commissioner Townsend?
Bynum
You
second.
you added that?
Yeah.
Just add that as part of your motion, and who seconded?
Bynum.
And I will second the amended motion.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes the planning and zoning portion of tonight's meeting. We'll now move to the regular portion of our agenda, which takes us to the regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Bynum second.
There's a motion, second, clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Lopez.
I got a question real quick. Mayor, you moved awful fast on me.
Okay,
What's on what's,
we'll back up. Hold on.
stand by, please. Are we talking about the mayor's agenda? Because I went through the agenda yesterday in my office, and then all of a sudden this new one came out, and it's throwing me for a loop.
We're on the regular consent agenda, Commissioner.
Well, which one? From the one from yesterday or today?
The one that you've got in front of you.
Section 8.
Commissioner, the one in your agenda update.
Yeah, that's what, stand by, yeah, let me.
An item with that.
Here we go. Okay, aye.
Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to the mayor's agenda. And we have several items on the mayor's agenda this evening. The first item is a proclamation. This is a proclamation honoring the achievements of our Wyandotte County District Attorney, Mark Dupree, and his office and his team. I believe Mark Dupree came in office in a historic election in 2017, as being the first African-American district attorney, not just in Wyandotte County, but in the great state of Kansas, something that he should have been recognized years ago for, but I'm seeing fit to recognize him. That is a historic, monumental achievement, not just for Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, but the great state of Kansas in itself, to have something like that come out of a very diverse community such as Kansas City, Kansas. Looking at some of his achievements, I know that one of the first things he did, he started his community integrity unit. That was something that was of value to the people of Wyandotte County. Him and his team have volunteered countless hours and been engaged like no other district attorney's office that I'm familiar with as far as being out in the community, visible. He prided himself on being transparent and hopefully upholding the public's trust by working collaboratively with all the police, law enforcement agencies, and sheriff throughout Wyandotte County, as well as our federal and state partners. And if you look, that really came about, one of the first major things that I remember him doing, and the question that needs to be asked, would Lamont McIntyre be out of jail had it not been for the work of Mark Dupree and his team? That's a good question to ask. And I believe if you ask Mr. McIntyre, he would give you a straight answer. When you talk about the allegations against a police officer, a retired police officer, our district attorney took it upon himself to make sure that that he worked with our police chief and our sheriff, our state, as well as our federal partners to make sure that those allegations that were alleged to have impacted women over decades, women of color over decades, was thoroughly and fully investigated. I know when I became mayor, I made a commitment before I became mayor to inquire and if need be, go to DC if I had to, and make sure that this matter would be investigated. One of the first things that I did was meet with our chief of police and our district attorney and ask them, where are we at? Because there are huge concerns and there's very little information, our transparency in that regard. And I was assured by our district attorney and our chief that there was nothing for me to do. I did not need to go to DC, that matter was being thoroughly investigated by the FBI and the KBI and the DOJ. And so me going to the DOJ would, if I went, I'd just be practicing because they were on site here in Wyandotte County. They had been on site, and that the district attorney's office and working with our police chief were in full cooperation, and my marching orders were to sit back like everybody else, let the investigation play out, and stay tuned. And what came out of that was a press conference where our DA revealed thoroughly what had taken place, and what came of that was an indictment as well, based on the investigation and the work and the collaborative work of our federal agencies, our state, as well as our local police chief here with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, and more importantly, our DA. And that was a long time coming, as we know, decades. But that happened under his watch. And I know people like to talk about crime and violent crime. I can say that that our DA is working very well with all our police departments throughout Wyandotte County, and our sheriff department. And as a result of those cooperations and collaborations at the state and federal level, our chief proudly here in Kansas City, Kansas, reminds us that we are at historic lows in violent crime, to include at one point 100% homicide solvability rate. That would not happen without the collaborations between the district attorney's office and our law enforcement partners. And so we also look at our DA. Not only was he the first African-American male district attorney elected, duly elected, not once, not twice, but 3 times. He's on his 3rd term. And I think the voices of the majority of voters here in Wyandotte County gave him that vote of confidence by putting him in office 3 times, based on the work that he has done. And the state of Kansas Bar Association saw confidence in him as well. He was the first African-American male ever to lead that organization in the history of its entirety, going back to the 1800s. I think it's befitting that we recognize the achievements and the accomplishments. I can't speak to anything else other than the achievements and the accomplishments that are historic, that should be recognized, should not be canceled, and should not be denied, and should not be ignored when you have these types of achievements and accomplishments of someone coming from the most diverse community in the great state of Kansas, breaking those barriers. And I think that we should all be proud of those achievements and those accomplishments. And I think that was reflective in our voters, not once, not twice, but now he's working on his 3rd term. And that's what this is about, recognizing history that has been made right here in Wyandotte County. And so I'm honored and I'm proud to have our clerk read that proclamation.
Proclamation. Whereas Mark A. Dupree Sr. made history as the first African-American elected district attorney in the state of Kansas, and whereas District Attorney Dupree established Kansas' first Conviction Integrity Unit, now known as the Community Integrity Unit, setting a new statewide standard for transparency, accountability, and public trust. And whereas District Attorney Dupree further broke barriers as the first African-American to lead the Kansas Bar Association, reflecting the respect he holds within the legal community. And whereas he continues to strengthen relationships between the district attorney's office and the community by engaging directly with residents through liaison boards, neighborhood meetings, and collaborative partnerships. And whereas District Attorney Dupree has expanded opportunities for local organizations and schools through his educational and crime prevention grant program, supporting initiatives that uplift youth, families, and neighborhoods across Wyandotte County. And whereas he champions Wyandotte County students through the BOLD initiative, offering mentorship, exposure to the legal system, and pathways towards academic success and leadership. And whereas District Attorney Dupree proudly represents the DOT in every space he occupies, embodying its values, history, and spirit. Now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim December 4, 2025 as District Attorney Dupree Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. Before I have my chief of staff come up with some opening remarks in that regard, I would like to point out that under our district attorney's leadership in collaboration with Chief Carl Oakman and the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, and support of this mayor, and I say this mayor because I came in office saying that I support and I encourage any investigations into wrongdoing by anybody in the police department and the unified government, and welcome it. I've never heard a mayor say that, and I worked here for 32 years. I'm just saying I never heard it. So you have a mayor and you had a police chief that opened the doors of the Kansas City County Police Department in full cooperation with our district attorney, who led the charge with our federal partners to investigate heinous allegations. And I got beat up. Now, I'm not running for office, so I'm not playing politics with this, but I can tell you here today, I'm Black. I never said that before. Because I know people would beat me up and say, oh, he's playing the race card. I'm Black, and I grew up when we moved here in the Northeast. And shame on anybody to think 3 Black men are gonna stand by and not do anything about allegations of wrongdoing against Black women in this community. Shame on you. It's shameful because you put my life at risk because of the people that didn't know. It was reckless for anybody to say that. I've had people threaten me. Shame on you. That's not who I was. That's not who I ever have been. I was on the police department and I did not stand for it. And there are people that aren't on the police department today. And there were people that were sent to prison because of the investigations and the work I did. They were bad cops and we got them out of that uniform. And shame on anybody that think that we would sit silent, and shame for anybody that would paint the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department with a broad brush and try and make them responsible for the allegations that were posed against one person. Our chief wasn't a part of that, and these young men and women that are new, weren't even born, are a part of that. And you haven't heard any allegations of that regard about any other police officers on the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. That's why I stood behind our chief. That's why I stand behind our DA. Where would Lamont McIntyre be today? And for those you don't know, Daryl Burton and Valerie Burton partnered with Lamont McIntyre to create an Innocence Project. And they worked through the biggest church here in the metro. Valerie Burton was my campaign manager. So if you don't know, now you know. I was not going to play politics with that issue. It would have been irresponsible for me to do that. Our victims, and those individuals that have suffered enough. So the facts led where they were. And what we got from the work of a good DA and a good police chief and a mayor that stood behind them, from the hard work of our federal and state partners, was an indictment. And for anybody to think otherwise, but this mayor, this DA, and this police chief, we inherited that. And I hear people talk about decades and decades and decades and decades of allegations. But it took a Black mayor, a Black DA, and a Black police chief to get something done about it. Because those were my people from my community. And I don't care if anybody says he's playing the race card. At this point, I do not care. Because these people and these women that have these allegations deserve to have something done. And those people that spent those stories on me and on our DA and our police chief and the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, look in the mirror and then ask yourself if you can sleep good at night. Because the things that were done and spun on me as your mayor, to me, was just outright wrong. You put me in danger. But I still stood up and I walked with my head up in this community, because these people would have never voted me to be their mayor here in Kansas City, Kansas, if they knew I was a raggedy, dirty, low down, no good cop. They know me. They knew the work I've done. And to tarnish 32 years of service, you never heard my name come up in anything. Then I become mayor, and then all of a sudden, there's a question mark. Shame on you. Shame on you. And I have to say this because it's more than about me. We got young men and women on the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department that are understaffed, underpaid, working out here every day, putting their lives on the line, and their message that's putting a cloud of distrust over our police department, and they still come out here and work hard, and they still work hard enough to make sure that we have experienced historic lows in violent crime. They need to be commended for their work. And how does this play into our DA? Our DA working with our sheriff, Soptic, our DA working with our police chief, and our federal and state partners have worked hard to keep this community safe. And so those false narratives that may be out there that crime is up, well, go talk to your police officers and go talk to your chief of police because the stats prove different. I said what I said. Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator, it is my pleasure as we have honored District Attorney with his day to also add as the formal last dot proud to also be a part of this ceremony. So I want to say that District Attorney Mark A. Dupree Sr. was born and raised in Kansas City, Kansas, and is a leader that's guided by the values of faith, family, and community service. A graduate of Wyandotte High School, he went on to study at the University of Kansas and earned his law degree from Washburn University before returning home serving Wyandotte County. In 2017, he made history as the first African-American elected district attorney in the state of Kansas, bringing both leadership and deeply personal commitment to justice. In addition, as the mayor said, in establishing the community integrity unit to ensure that both wrongfully convicted individuals and community concerns are heard, DA Dupree has launched programs that reflect his belief in second chances. Most recently, his office held the 7th Annual Expungement Fair, a 2-day event that helped 160 individuals begin the process of clearing certain felony and misdemeanor records. Over the course of 7 years, the expungement fair has helped more than 1,020 people take steps to improve employment opportunities, housing options, and personal growth, benefiting not only participants, but also the betterment of Wyandotte County. Known for his approachable and community-centered style, DA Dupree leads with the belief that strong communities are built through collaboration, opportunities, and fairness for all. His dedication to the dot is evident not only in his accomplishments, but his daily work and pride with which he represents Wyandotte County across the state and beyond. So please join me in extending his day as also District Attorney Mark Dupree as a dot proud honoree. The district attorney is actually out of town, but he sends a message that as soon as we can get the mayor, that he'd like to acknowledge today.
Good evening and thank you. I appreciate this acknowledgement and this award. Being a dot is a part of who I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, commissioners, and to all that had anything to do with selecting little old me. I was born and raised here in Wyandotte County, and I remember I was just 14 years old, and I had the opportunity, having now been a sophomore at Wyandotte High School, to be a part of the National Honor Society. And because of that, I had the opportunity to shadow the Honorable Judge Cordell Meeks. And yes, in that picture, I had a little bit more hair on top of my head, but that's where it all began. I saw someone who lived here, who grew up here, who was a dot through and through, doing something that I had never seen before. And that was being a part of the criminal justice system in a manner and in a way that I never knew. And it was soon after that internship at 14 years old that I found out that Judge Meeks' father was the first African-American district court judge ever to be elected in the state of Kansas. And so then he mentors the first African-American elected district attorney for the state of Kansas. Being dot proud is not just about going somewhere or getting another title or making money. It is about service. It is about giving back. It is about doing for others, just as Judge Meeks did for this community, just as his father did for this state. And it is my hope that that is what I am doing for all of Wyandotte County. And so to all of you, I want to say, be dot proud. Give more of yourself. Serve more of the community. To my wife and my children who are a part of me being a dot, they have helped me. They have pushed me. They have inspired me. And now they are showing me other ways to serve, not only as the DA, but as a pastor and as a father and a part-time semi-coach. I am so ever grateful to be a dot. Thank you and be blessed.
Thank you, and thank you, Brother Damon Mitchell and Brother Carter, for being here from the DA's office. I will say we have come a long way. I remember back in 2017 when District Attorney Dupree got elected as the first African-American district attorney in the history of the great state of Kansas and in Wyandotte County. I went to his inauguration, and who wasn't there at that historic moment? Were other leaders. I was the only person from the police department that was there. There was nobody from the district attorney's office there that I remember. The mayor wasn't there. Judges weren't there. Elected officials weren't there. And I was a deputy chief at that time, and I walked in, and I thought that was the most shameful sight I had ever seen coming from the most diverse city in this great state of Kansas. But what I can say, when he won his third term, that picture changed. And that's the hope that we have, that we are moving past divisions that, yeah, they still exist. They do. But we're getting better. That's the hope of the better day, that we can all unite. When I came here from California, and I'm on my soapbox because this is the last time I get to be on it. I never experienced, growing up in San Jose, California, segregated neighborhoods. I saw that here back in 1985. But what I can say, go look today. You see diversity, Latino, Asian, Black, Caucasian, gay, straight, of all religions, living in neighborhoods as brothers and sisters in love. That is the hope of a better day for Wyandotte County that we're talking about. Yes. And one last thing, and this is regards to all those people that are going to go back, and I know the pundits are out there and they're watching. And the question is, well, everybody knew about these allegations for decades. I'm not even from here. When that individual joined the police department in 1975, I was 6 years old riding a tricycle. I didn't become a deputy chief until 2015 on the police department. That person had already retired in 2010 if you look at the records. And they say, oh, everybody knew. My response, and I told this to a person, is I work in this tight-knit building. And I made it a point to come in here at least every day, at least once a day, and spend most of my day here. And people will tell you that about me. And my team was here every single day. We worked hard on behalf of the people. And I go up and down the elevator with employees all day, every day. I'm on the 9th floor. How am I supposed to know what's going on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 5th, and 6th, and 7th, and 8th floor when I'm on the 9th floor? I don't know. And if I'm working on another part of town with someone away from someone that I don't know, other than we work for the same employer, have no relationship with that person at all whatsoever, how would anybody know? And what a lot of people say, well, you worked in internal affairs. Well, so did the first Black female detective. She worked in internal affairs before me. And if you know her, wouldn't have happened on her watch either. Before her was one of the first Black male commanders. He did my lie detector test when I came on the police department. He was in internal affairs. There's a secretary, she's still living and she's in her 80s. And she's a hard-hitting secretary. And her name is Willetta Easley, and she's still living. And if you know Willetta would say, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. She took pride in making sure that the people, and she was Black, and everybody I talked about was Black, that our community, we didn't want anything better, but we wanted to make sure that we were treated fairly and equitably, and that our voices and our concerns and our complaints were not ignored. That's what you got from Tyrone Garner and from those other police officers that were there. I was the vice president of the Black Police Officers Association, and we worked hard to make sure that we were treated fairly. And not just us, but the people in our community. That was our mission, and that's what was our goal. Because we seen the same statistics that talked about profiling, racial profiling. It existed. And those were hard conversations to have, and that's what led to Barack Obama's 21st Century Policing Report, and I challenge anybody to read it. Common sense approach to build positive relationships between the community and law enforcement. So I have to put that out there to give people context that didn't know, don't know, and may not know, and those folks that don't want to know, give you something else to think about. That it took Mark Dupree, Carl Oakman, and a mayor saying, we've got to do something, and something was done. After decades of nothing being done. And again, I asked you, where would Lamont McIntyre be today had it not been for Mark Dupree having the courage to take a second look at his case? Thank you, DA's office, and thank you, Mark Dupree, and thank you for all the DAs and the assistant DAs for the work you all do. And let's know, the DA, he gets blamed for a lot, but there are judges, there's prosecutors, there's investigations by investigators, there's also defense attorneys, and ultimately there are juries that make decisions. Think about that when you try and blame Mark Dupree for everything. And be fair, because we didn't do that to anybody else. Equity. The expectation for people of color is always greater. We're scrutinized more. Ask yourselves why and when does it stop in America? And it needs to stop. Because we got another black mayor coming in. She's a female. And she's going to need our support. And I can tell you, she's just as qualified, capable, and competent as anybody else that has been mayor. So don't let, and I've never talked color since I've been mayor, and go back and roll the tapes. But once we start seeing each other as equal brothers, that's when we can have that vision of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, where we're all created by our Creator as equals. And over my 4 years, I've seen so many people torn down, pulled down. Let's pull each other up. There's too much good going on in Wyandotte County. And I read Facebook. It's easy to find fault, but he without sin, let him throw the first stone. I know for some people, there's probably 1 or 2 people out here that are perfect, but for the rest of us, we're not. God is working on all of us. And that starts with love. Love one another. And for you tragedy chasers that like to come to Wyandotte County, you can go back to where you came from. This is a great community with great people doing awesome things, and the best is yet to come under the leadership of our new commissioners and, more importantly, Mayor-elect Crystal Watson. So make no doubt about it. This is a resilient and a strong community in Wyandotte County, and playtime is over. Community, if one thing I'm going to leave you with before I leave you with my final, is let's come together in unity and love, and let's build the Wyandotte County, not just for today, but that we can all be proud of for generations to come, for those dots that aren't even here yet. So everybody, you don't need to come up here and get a dot proud recognition plaque from your mayor. This whole community will be realized across this country as being, this is the place of the dot proud community, period. I'm off my soapbox now, but thank you again, Brother Dean. All right, that takes us to our next item. I'm sorry, Commissioner Townsend has a.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for honoring District Attorney Mark Dupree. As an attorney, this makes a particular impact on me to have known him. And also, you'd mentioned the expungement programs that District Attorney Dupree and his staff have done. And just so people understand a little bit more about what that means, he is giving people who have had felonies an opportunity without spending hundreds of dollars for legal counsel to get that procedurally removed. So when people go in for jobs and they ask about, have you ever been convicted? You can say, no. So you can't, there's not that stumbling block there. And I didn't want that to be to left unsaid about the remarkable things that his program has done. And that's just one. The mayor talked about Mr. Dupree and his staff looking at cold cases. And that's given a lot of relief to a lot of families. Personally, I knew one of the victims. She was a dear classmate who was murdered. And there was an ending for that family. Not that the loss was any less, but there was a period after the end of the question, who killed my loved one? So that was due to what our DA did. And it just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that. So thank you, Mayor, for taking the time to honor him. And District Attorney Dupree, God bless you and your staff to continue to do the great work you've already begun and continue to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our next item, item 9.3. And it's a presentation from a great friend and a champion for Wyandotte County and for those individuals most in need here, Mr. Randy Colstrom. He's the President and Chief Executive Officer of Wyandotte Behavioral Health. He is going to do a presentation, a very brief presentation, as I've asked him to do, and he's agreed to. He doesn't have to do it, but he gets an update on his partnership with the unified government and other social service agencies as it pertains to those individuals that he tries to help that are struggling and coping with behavioral health issues and mental health issues. Mr. Colstrom.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the Commission, Mr. Administrator. It's my privilege to be here tonight, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. So this organization's been around since 1953. We are the designated Wyandotte County Community Mental Health Center, which means back in the mid-1960s, around 1966, the county commission at the time designated this organization to be the safety net behavioral health provider serving Wyandotte County. It's in the Kansas statute as KSA 194001. So we have a relationship with the county that's different than other nonprofits or other behavioral health care providers. We serve everyone, regardless of their ability to pay, and we continue to evolve and grow to serve the community as this county's community mental health center. Most of our services are outpatient behavioral health services, so counseling, therapy, psychiatry, but we also have an array of intensive community and community-based services for children with emotional and behavioral disorders and adults with severe mental illness. We are a network of organizations. Wyandotte Center is our adult serving mental health and substance use organization. PACES is our children and family organization. RSI is our Crisis Stabilization Center, and Kim Wilson Housing is a housing division. And you might ask, well, why are we in housing? Well, we're only in housing really because nationally 25% of the people who are unhoused are experiencing severe mental illness. Every month, we have individuals who've been court ordered to the state psychiatric hospital who are discharged back into Wyandotte County and back into homelessness. So we have an investment in finding housing for the people that we are serving and are living with mental illness. Last year, we served nearly 8,000 people, 3,300 adults, 2,200 children. And in RSI, we had over 2,200 people who came to us in mental health or substance abuse crisis. 26% of those are brought by law enforcement, Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, Wyandotte County Sheriff's Department. And since 2014, when we opened RSI, over 3,500 law enforcement transports to RSI have taken place. That's over 3,500 individuals that didn't go to jail or didn't go into the emergency room at a local hospital. We are CARF accredited, meaning we are accredited by the National Body of Commission on Accreditation of Rehabilitation Facilities. It's a national and international body, which means we do okay work. We are also the 988 call center, the suicide and crisis mental health call center serving Wyandotte County. Last year, we served over 5,700 calls to our crisis line where people were suicidal or in other mental health crisis. And in 2022, we became a Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic, or CCBHC, which expanded the array of services that we provide, including mobile crisis response. Mobile crisis response is a team of licensed mental health professionals and case managers that go out into the community 24/7, 365 days a year, go to where people are in crisis. So when someone calls 988 and they're in crisis, or if it's a parent of an adult child or a parent of a minor, and they don't know what to do, they can call 988 and we will send our team of mental health professionals out to their home or wherever that person is in crisis. We also have a care coordination team as a CCBHC, which means we're really coordinating care with over 150 collaborating partners in Wyandotte County, and particularly around primary care. And we have helped connect over 500 people this last year who have never had a primary care physician, who now have a doctor that they can go see. But we continue to evolve and grow. We are also the CHIP lead agency for the behavioral health goal, where the community, particularly the community in 66101 and 66102, in surveys conducted by the UG Health Department, identified access to behavioral health care as a primary health need in Wyandotte County. To help meet this need, we are in the process of rehabbing a new outpatient facility for mental health and substance use treatment that will open in March, located on North 8th Street. But we also have a special relationship with the justice community in Wyandotte County. Over 15 years ago, we began partnering and collaborating to identify gaps in care for people who are living with mental illness, so they don't need to go to jail, but they can get to the treatment that they are needing. Those specialized services, including the creation of a behavioral health court, co-responders in the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, as well as the Wyandotte County Sheriff's Department, providing crisis intervention team training to over 90% of law enforcement in Wyandotte County, as well as jail and court liaisons. Together, those programs and RSI in 2024 saved the county 1,400 bed days in the local jail, to the tune of savings of $130,000. In 2015, we opened Roberts Place, which is our children's emergency shelter, because children in police protective custody were needing to go to Wichita, Junction City, and across the state because there was no shelter here in Wyandotte County. Last year, Roberts Place provided shelter for kids who were in crisis, taken into police protective custody, 69 youngsters, and provided respite care to over 175 families whose children were experiencing emotional and behavioral needs. Kim Wilson Housing also operates Frank Williams Homeless Outreach Center. Last year, we helped 151 individuals access housing from Wyandotte County. It is an access point to help identify people who are living unhoused, who are in mental health treatment needs, or experiencing substance use treatment needs. The commission a few weeks ago passed an ordinance banning camping. We share the goal of not having encampments in Wyandotte County, but we hope that we are moving to a time in 2026 where we can begin to address the housing needs in our community. Other communities have found a way to reach what is referred to as functional zero homelessness, meaning no one falls into chronic homelessness. Bergen County, New Jersey, Rockford, Illinois, Bakersfield, California, Abilene, Texas, those are just some of the cities and communities that have found ways to make that happen. And it really starts with a homeless response team made up of officials from the county and the city, police department, sheriff's department, nonprofits, mental health providers, all focused on a unified and shared vision and goal of what needs to happen to help people access housing. Under the mayor's leadership, there was a homeless task force that met over the last 4 years and presented a very comprehensive plan that would include relocating Willa Gill and the food service, relocating of housing services with on-site mental health, medical care, and other social services. And there's lots of challenges to that. Location is one, for sure. Community concerns would be another, and cost. It got to be kind of expensive. But we can partial that out, and we can identify priorities, and we can share a vision so that decisions made today pave the way down the road for new housing for people who don't have it today. We need a shelter, and I'm hopeful that the next mayor-elect and the next commission will take this up to help create an alternative for individuals who are tonight sleeping outside, that they have a shelter as an alternative. It's going to help reduce the concerns from community when people are in a shelter. It'll reduce the number of unhoused individuals in our community, and it'll save those that are living outside the cost of trauma that they experience by living unhoused. But we can take small steps, and I'm going to conclude my comments soon. But we can take small steps. We can support efforts to create affordable housing, low-income housing tax credits, and we can pave the way to create opportunities such as Eden Village, a tiny home village on wheels, as it's a mobile home park, and the homes are too small under current ordinance. By addressing through ordinance changes today, Eden Village and other organizations who want to create tiny home villages. And if you're not familiar with Eden Village, I should back up for just a second. Eden Village in the Argentine area has 23 tiny homes, and they have moved 23 individuals that had been chronically homeless, meaning they had lived on the streets for more than a year, and they are successfully living in this community. And that's truly what Eden Village has created, is a community. Highly successful. It's a replicable model. If we can pass ordinances, change the minimum square footage requirements, minimum setback requirements, other ordinances that would pave the way for Eden Village-like opportunities down the road, creating a shelter, we can begin to address some of the housing issues in Wyandotte County. And for our purposes as a community mental health center, help provide housing for people on the streets tonight who are living with mental illness. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Colstrom. And I did, just on that last note, I did leave with the administrator. Hopefully the new commission, Mayor-elect Watson, will take that matter up with the square footage. That was one thing I know that Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Stites, the clock ran out. That was the next thing on their to-do list, was to get a recommendation for commission approval to do just that. Because Eden Village, there was a workaround. They had to put wheels on things that didn't need wheels.
Right.
Just to meet our code. And so looking at that to make sure that we can build safe, like Eden Village is, clean, affordable, and resident governed and structured. These were individuals that were on the street, and they make sure they come together as a neighborhood group, and they keep that community on the up and up. And they've done a really good job of that. And it's a real good model that I hope, as we expand it, because this commission approved something similar on 59th Street, and I believe off State Avenue, if my memory serves me right. that we approve that. Hopefully that'll be a model, not just here in Wyandotte County, but across this nation on good, quality, safe developments that can move our unhoused residents from being impoverished to a form of self-sustainability. So thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for the partnership you've had over decades. Randy was my Leadership 2000 partner, and that's where I met him at, and before he became the director.
We were both young then.
Yeah. Speak for yourself, so. But I'm going to turn it over. Randy, don't go too far. Irene Cadillo, if you could come forward.
Mayor, commissioners, and county administrator, I did say that the Dot Proud honor for the DA was the last formal. But I'm going to say that when the mayor talked about maybe a couple of perfect folks out there, I am not one of them. Because I want to apologize particularly to Randy and his organization, because as you've heard, an almost 70-year history of working in what we often don't describe as healthcare needs for our residents and folks in the community. So when the mayor asked us to recognize healthcare, our healthcare organizations about a month, maybe 6 weeks ago, I'm gonna tell you that the biggest mistake was neglecting our mental health organization. So as you heard, I'm not going to repeat what they do, but what I hope you do is visit Randy's site, from PACES to the RSI, to Frank Williams, to even get a better glimpse. But in our apology, I want to make sure that you understand that a part of what we want to do tonight is also make sure that Randy understands that we appreciate his work, and he also, or Wyandotte Behavioral Health Network is recognized as a Dot Proud honoree.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to have this honor, and it's our honor to serve this wonderful and vibrant community. Thank you all very much.
All right, we appreciate the work of Wyandotte Behavioral Health and under the leadership of Randy Colstrom. They've done an awesome job. I know the commissioner hopefully hasn't gone too far. If you can, security, if you can grab him real quick. Randy, if you can grab her. Oh, Randy, come on back. Commissioner, real quick, I know you're trying to get out of here. It's late. Almost, but not quite. Commissioner Davis?
I was going to put my hand down, but Mr. Carlson, thank you so much. Just very quickly, in your presentation, you used the term functional, I don't want to say functional zero, but getting rid of functional homelessness. I've heard similar language of getting rid of chronic homelessness. Can you just explain those terms so folks know exactly what you're talking about?
Sure, I appreciate the question. Functional homelessness or functional zero homelessness refers to a safety net in a community where if someone becomes homeless, they have the supports around to capture them and then help them access that housing. In its simplest definition, there is more housing available than people are looking for housing. But it's really specifically around how a community defines zero homelessness. Some communities define it as people who are chronically homeless. Again, the federal definition of that is someone who's on the street homeless for more than a year. And then there's a whole models out there, going from shelters to how they can access mental health care to it's really just a whole initiative that takes a whole village to put it together, because it has to be the short term, like as the shelter, but then you have to create housing opportunities for individuals who aren't going to be able to afford housing themselves. And that's not a very good explanation, but I hope that makes more sense than it sounds to my own head.
No, thank you so much. I just wanted to point that out because I think sometimes the thinking is, you know, it will never be visible at all, ever. And that is the solution, or that's what those cities are doing. If someone were to travel there, that would be the situation. But really, we're talking about the options and the services and the opportunities for housing that are available. So again, thank you so much. Congratulations. Appreciate your work.
So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Eden Village is is in my district, and it is a peaceful community. The last time I was around was when I did the cleanup in Argentina, and I and a staff member, we walked down the road, and I made the comment. I asked them, is anyone even living in the houses? It's so peaceful. Yeah. And I've had no complaints from neighbors. They take care of their own. They watch for their community. So it is a success story that we can use across our community. I just want to thank you for the work that you do. Mental health has a societal stigma that we need to continue to break down and change. And to homelessness, I don't support the ordinance, but what is done is done. Let's move forward. Let's find real solutions for these residents. They are still residents, they are still human beings, and we need to do everything we can for them. And also for those who are having mental health crisis as well. We need to provide any and all safety nets that we can. So thank you to you and your team for what you do.
So thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill.
Good evening. I know it's late, but I just want to say to Mr. Randy, thank you again for the work that you have done. You have helped our family for many years, and we certainly appreciate the work you and your team does and how you work with the police department and other nonprofit and for-profit agencies in our community to help those in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kalsher, for all you've done to serve the community. I was happy that you noted the status of a home that I got a chance to vote on early in my term that made it possible for young kids who were under the, I guess, auspices of the court to stay local and receive whatever support they could from people who may be concerned about them here and not have to be transported away. I would think by now, being in here 12 years, that some of those kids may be young adults now, and hope they're doing well. So thank you again for all you do, and was particularly happy to help approve that particular function and need, and wish you continued success with your programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Colstrom. Thank you so much. And thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Am I officially excused now?
You got your hall pass. All right. Thank you, Randy. We're going to change things up just a little bit. I know the evening is going long and we've had some long presentations. We're going to go to 9.7. Our mayor-elect has been sitting here patiently with her team. It's an item on the agenda, scheduling a public hearing related to budget amendments for the office of the mayor, CEO, and making appropriations for the incoming mayor-elect and her staff and vehicle for the 2025 and 2026. I'll turn the matter over to our county administrator, Mr. David Johnson, for the opening remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we had in November was an election, and in an election, you have a transition from one administration to another. So we're going from Mayor Garner's administration to Mayor Watson's administration. Each mayor has a different approach of how they want to manage their office. And this is no different. And what we find is that Mayor Watson has articulated to us a different personnel strategy and model than outgoing Mayor Garner's strategy. And Mayor Garner relied on retirees, volunteers, and things like that to fill the offices that supported his effort. Mayor Watson has articulated wanting full-time professional folks that will be considered full-time employees. That means we did not budget for that during the 26 budget process that was passed in 28 or in September. And so to make this happen and to support her efforts, again, this is a normal transition thing that happens once you go through a transition like this, to give the necessary resources to support how that new mayor wants to support their efforts. And to support this new personnel model that she's putting in place when she starts on the 15th, there has to be budget adjustments, particularly in the 26 budget. We have enough to cover the expenses through December 31st, but starting January 1, there is not enough full support for the whole year. And therefore, we have to make these adjustments. State law dictates how we do that. And to make any changes in an established budget, you have to have a public hearing. And then the commission will review what's before them and take an action. And so we have worked with the mayor-elect staff to get an understanding of what they were looking for. And we have to make adjustments in all the necessary supporting line items, from salaries to all the benefits that support employees, and then go ahead and ask the commission to consider it and add those additional resources. But there are two items. So one is to deal with the personnel issue, and the other one is slightly unique, is we have a new automobile that every new mayor gets. And we budgeted that in 26, but we purchased it in 25, and therefore we need to do a budget amendment for the 25 budget and 26, because we need to have money to purchase this vehicle this year. And then next year, we have to make certain adjustments to take that money that was budgeted for the purchase vehicle in 26, so it can be applied to 25. So that's what's before the commission, is to pass a necessary resolution of setting the public hearing, which will occur in January 8th, following state statute.
Okay. Thank you, Administrator. Commissioners, any comments, questions? Commissioner Burrows.
Mayor, it's just my experience that transitions do occur. There's different setups that are utilized by incoming mayors and/or incoming administrations. Mayor, I'm supportive of the new mayor's request. Therefore, I'd make a motion to approve the hearing, a public hearing for the budget adjustment.
Okay. Before I entertain those, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is just point of clarification. This is not an approval of dollars. This is merely setting a time and a hearing. As I think the mayor's already alluded, the administrator, it has to be done under or in accordance with state statute. So just so everybody understands, we're not approving money, we are merely setting aside date or approval for a hearing. Thank you.
Angie. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, and I'll apologize again that I'm getting all clogged up here and I'm living off my Vicks nose inhaler right now. But so what is the amount? I didn't see it in our package, or is there an amount, or is it, when will we know that? Are we, the next time that we hear about this, is that the day that we're going to vote on approval on January 8th? I didn't see it, that's all I'm asking. Sorry.
Would you like me to read these or just give you?
Yeah. Oh, it's not on the packet.
Yes.
I apologize. If you can show me where it's at in the packet, I don't have it in mind.
The clerk is going to read
In the proposed ordinance and resolution, which should be your first document, on page, well, they're not numbered, 2. We have an itemization that says a 2025 amended budget of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, for the city of Kansas City, Kansas, shall be amended as follows. From the city general fund, 35,000 shall be transferred from the fund marked as other transfer contingencies to the fund marked as operating transfers out. Then 35,000 shall be transferred from the fund marked as operating transfers out to the fund marked as vehicles. For the 2026 annual budget of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, for the city of Kansas City, Kansas, the budget is hereby proposed to be amended as follows. From the city general fund balance, funds are hereby appropriated to the office of the mayor, CEO, for staff salaries and benefits as follows. Salaries, $98,187.91. Retirement employee pension, $9,819.71. Federal OASDI, $5,749.06. Health insurance, $78,689.30. Medicare tax, $1,372.49. SUI tax, $333.11. Standard life insurance, $18.90. The 2025 amended budget of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, for Wyandotte County shall be amended as follows. From the county general fund balance, 15,000 shall be transferred from the fund marked as other transfers contingencies to the fund marked as operating transfers out. Then 15,000 shall be transferred from the fund marked as operating transfers out to the fund marked as vehicles. For the 2026 annual budget of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, for Wyandotte County, Kansas, the proposed amendment is as follows. Salaries, $42,080.53. Retirement employee pension, $4,208.45. Federal OASDI, $2,463.88. Health insurance, $33,723.99. Medicare tax, $588.21. SUI tax, $142.76. And standard life insurance, $8.10.
So for a total, without getting my calculator here, what budget implication does that have for 2026 budget?
Between both county and city budget, it's a sum of around $277,000.
So $277,000 in addition to what the current allotted amount is, which is what? What would be that total budget? That's all I'm asking.
We'll have to get back to you on that one. This is just the additional funds needed on top of the mayor's budget that was passed during the 26 budget process.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I stand by. Commissioner Burns, you had a motion to approve?
No, I second.
You second, so Commissioner. Okay, I'll accept those motions. I we have a new mayor coming in. We need to make sure she has the staffing and the resources to be able to govern and lead vision and work collaboratively with this commission as well as staff at her discretion, and more importantly, the public. And she won. The people spoke. They have put her in office with the expectation that this unified government would support mayor-elect for her to be able to perform the essential functions of the office of mayor here at the unified government of Wyandotte County, especially as being the visible head of this government. Yes, my staffing was somewhat different. The administrator mentioned that. Her staffing schedules are different. That's her right to make. Different does not mean deficient. But as with everything, there is a cost. And so, and when you're talking about a $500 million budget is where we're at now, I think what the mayor-elect is asking for is not even a drop at the bottom of the bucket of what she's asking for. And then I remind this commission that, by ordinance, the unified government is obligated to make sure that the mayor-elect has a functional, safe, quality vehicle to be able to get around not just Wyandotte County, but the state and our great nation if necessary, to represent the unified government and the interests of the great people of Wyandotte County. And we have to remember that she's not only going to be the mayor of Kansas City, Kansas, she is also the chief executive officer of the entire county of Wyandotte through unification, which is something unique. So there's actually two hats there that mayor-elect has to wear, and that's a lot of work, and a lot of work requires a lot of competent, capable, quality, talented staff to be able to get the work done that needs to be done for the great people here in Wyandotte County. So I fully support that as well. And I ask that not just this commission, this is a public hearing, but I encourage and strongly encourage those that are going to be here, as well as new commissioners coming in, my recommendation and call to action and hope is, on behalf of the people of Wyandotte County, that we will support our mayor-elect and her team and her requests so she can hit the ground running on day one to get the work of this community moving forward in working with you. There's a lot of challenges, and one of those challenges that she shouldn't have is being able to have the resources she needs to govern effectively. So I'll accept that motion. Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7, I don't want it to come off as that I'm not wanting to support the incoming mayor. It's just hard for some of us that have fought really hard to keep our taxes and our budget and trying to reduce any additional monies going out. That we've been trying to put a cap on that. And then when it comes in that there's an addition of nearly $300,000, then you know what? I think we should be asking those questions. Can we, just like if it was in the budget, we would be doing the same thing. We would be asking, how is this necessary, right? We've been asking for a line item budget for a long time. I think it's imperative that we ask to find out if it's something that we need. And I do understand that this would be this is just moving it forward for the public comment. So I don't know that I got the answer, and I apologize, but will the next time that it comes forward in January 8th, will we see it, the public hearing, and then we'll be voting on it that same night? And if that is the case, what does the mayor-elect do in the interim? That is December the 15th when she is sworn back in, or sworn in, and I'm sworn back in. How does that work? How is she able to, not knowing the outcome of January 8th's meeting, move forward?
Yes, there will still be, there's still a budget available. It's just not going to cover all the items that have been listed here for next year. So she will have decisions to make on personnel.
Well, here's is that we have enough balance in this year's budget to carry us through the end of this fiscal year. There already is a budget that was passed to support the mayor's office in 26. That money would be used to take care of her staffing needs because we have those funds in place. It's making sure we have enough funds to do it for the entire 26 fiscal year. And so that's what the objective of this public hearing is, to make sure that we're whole for the entire fiscal year. But we already have funds in place to cover 26 to a point, but not the entire fiscal year for her model. And it's coming from existing line items in the budget that you passed. It's transferring funds from other funds to cover these expenses. So like I said, this is a normal transition change that happens every 4 years when you have a change in administration. Is that, how do you support the new mayor? And lots of times that needs additional funding, and that's what this is.
So again, will we be voting on this on January 8th?
Yes, you will.
This next time it comes back, the public hearing, we will be voting on it at that time.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for those questions. Thank you, Administrator. There is a motion. Sorry, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Sorry, don't mean to be the holdup, and I appreciate the clarity. If we could get that information of just kind of what the current budget is on January 8th, that'd be very helpful, and it's great for the community to understand we're not making a decision. We're actually trying to get the community to weigh in before a decision is made. I do have a question, County Administrator, Mr. Johnson. You had said that this was already kind of budgeted for, and that it's kind of moving the dollars around. This is, in the language, it talks about the fund balance. Is this coming from the county and city general fund? Is that, am I reading that correctly?
Yes, the reserve funds.
Okay, so it's coming from the reserve. The proposal is from the reserve funds to pay for and transfer it from the reserve funds to the mayor's office
Right.
budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha. Well, again, this is just for the public hearing. This is not a final decision. So I do appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So I didn't realize that until Commissioner Davis just brought it up, but I know that we're just setting this to have more discussion on January 8th. But I know that during budget discussions that we were talked about on the county side and how dangerous we are that with the our fund balances on the county side. And then also on the city side, we're talking about how we are below what we have set as policy. And now we are going to dip into our fund balances even further. So I just want to make sure that, is that accurate? Is that?
It's the only place we can draw funds that weren't budgeted is come out of the reserves. And therefore, wasn't anticipated there would have to be much change on the mayor's budget when we were putting together the entire budget. But then an election happened and a new personnel model is being asked by the mayor. That's what you're going to discuss on January 8th.
Well,
Do you support supporting the mayor in this way? And that's the purpose of the public hearing. Public hearing allows for public input, and then it's a commission decision.
So at that time, my request would be that we, with these changes to the budget, that we see what that does to our ending fund balances for 2026.
We'll have that in our presentation, sir.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval. Thank you, Mayor-elect and your team for waiting. I wish there was an easy way to do this, but at least you have some clarity. And January 8th will be here before you know it. And so I believe that in line with Commissioner Stites' request, Administrator, if we can just make sure that we know how much millions of dollars we have in our reserve funds and the impact that this ask would have. And so again, I really strongly encourage commissioners present and future, as well as his staff, to support the vision initiatives and the resources being requested from our mayor-elect so she can do her job. So thank you. There's a motion and a second for approval. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor-elect, for your patience. That takes us back to item 9.5. It's a resolution amending the 2025-2040 capital improvement program. To authorize expenditures for specific sanitary, sewer, and stormwater projects. I'll turn the matter over to our county administrator, Mr. David Johnson.
As everybody on the commission knows, we are under a consent decree with the Department of Justice to deal with combined sewer overflow to meet certain environmental standards. In 2013, we started to address this issue, have a formal agreement adopted in 2016 and 17 that set what projects are going to be done and how it's going to be paid. This has been an annual event each fiscal year. And we are now prepared for the 25 activities. These are the projects that will be funded by the rate increases that you already put in place during the budget process on the sanitary, sewer, and stormwater rates. And there's also the corresponding update on the capital improvement program that outlines definitely what the projects are. So this is an annual event to meet our obligations under the consent decree with the Department of Justice. We don't want to fall behind like some other communities have been done. That would put us with fines and other penalties that we don't want to encourage action by the Department of Justice. And so we have the 25 capital improvement program before you, funded by the rate increases that have been passed and that will be undertaken starting in 26. And it's coming from the rate structures, not property tax funds.
Mr. Administrator, do you have any staff who wants to speak to this?
Well, is Troy here? You want to just give a brief overview to be undertaken by the Public Works Department?
Troy Shaw, Public Works Director. As County Administrator Johnson said, the projects were ones that were planned in the consent decree when it was finalized. And they were approved in the budget in 24-25. And the rates that we have for the sewer and the storm rates are what pays for these. And those have been approved by commission already. And those rates have already built in these projects to support paying for these projects. This is just authorizing the debt so that we can get the money and continue building the projects that's required of this consent decree.
I'm just going to add, we have to realize that we have an old infrastructure that's in place, particularly in the eastern part of our community, that raised this attention with the EPA many years ago. And they have required communities that have combined sewer overflow systems to take care of it. It's not an option of local government. They mandate you to do it, and they mandate it through a court-ordered Justice Department order. And if you violate any of that, they will issue penalties. We have read numerous articles of how the federal courts have levied fines on jurisdictions, basically because they have taken the steps to ignore the order that was negotiated for those particular communities. We don't want to be in that. I think that was a decision made in 2013 when we started down this road, and then reinforced when the commission adopted the formal final consent decree agreement in 16 and 17. And we've been attacking our combined sewer overflow problem every year, and this is continuing that march. We have this agreement till 2042.
Yeah,
I believe
yes.
it's 2042.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. And there's an expectation by the federal government, we will do something every year. Now, I'm going to be the one that I'm sorry, but dealing with infrastructure situations, particularly dealing with old infrastructure in established parts of a community, costs money. And when the EPA started attacking the combined sewer overflow options or actions, they mandated by you having to first tear up all the streets and put a second line down, and you'd have one line dedicated for sanitary sewer and one for storm. Communities worked with the federal government and said, that's prohibitively expensive, far more than if you let us do other opportunities. Now, some of our program might be replacing pipe or putting a new pipe in certain places, but they've also accepted the fact you can approach it through a watershed approach where you can capture water and regulate the amount of storm water into an existing system. So we're utilizing both and always look at the most economical option to deal with this issue in the older part of our community. And so we're just asking for formal approval that ties up all the other steps you've already taken this year so we can get the work started with this capital improvement program.
Okay. Any commissioners or comments? Okay, Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, was the, so you were saying that the money was already there in the budget?
It was the projects were in the budget and were approved with the budget. So Shelley could clarify that how the debt works a lot better than me, but basically the budget gets approved and then we have to go approve the debt that's authorized for the projects that were approved in the budget. So this is approving the debt for the projects that were approved in the budget.
So what about, is this, when I was looking at some of these projects and was, some of that was like Jersey Creek, I think, that we got a federal grant or applied for a federal grant for it. Where happened to that
The
deal?
Jersey Creek watershed, not necessarily the actual creek. So the Jersey Creek
Right,
watershed
well,
covers a big area.
right, that's what I'm talking about, but there was grant money already from.
There's been many projects in the Jersey Creek area, not just CSO sewer separation projects.
Okay, that's what I was referring to, the CSO, okay.
Yeah.
And then apparently this didn't make it in our committee, but it's here tonight. So that's another question I'm asking myself. But like you said the money is already it was already budgeted, is that right?
So, Shelley Knieven, CFO. So a rate study is done and it forecasts not for just the next fiscal year. It looks at over a long period of time. So what's included in the rates that were approved is the annual debt and principal and interest payment that would be required if these bonds are issued. So it allows us to pay for this debt through those rates. So it's not that we have the money already in place. We have to issue the bonds to upfront get the money, and then we repay it over a period of 30 years. So it's just to make sure that it's clear, the money's not just
looking like to me $39,481,600.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, and there's a list of projects that's in the agenda or in the packet that shows you how much per project.
Oh. I think there's another 4.9 on, oh, there it is. Okay. Yep, I see it. I added that in there.
If I can add while you're taking a quick look, One of the things that came up during committee discussion was that we have our debt strategy. And so I did pull out our presentation back in April when we had that before the commission. And there were very specific slides that talk about the sewer projects, and they were not included in the Oz or the debt strategy. We very specifically said we will need to bring forward these projects to be paid for with the rates as approved by the commission, because these are very large projects. And that's how in an enterprise fund, which is a ratepayer fund, that's how you fund the big projects, the big infrastructure. So the rates pay for their operations, their personnel, their maintenance, and their capital projects, and the big projects are debt financed. That is true universally for all cities. And in our debt strategy, we were focused on the property tax paid debt and how do we get that down, that 44% that I know you've had David talk about a lot. So that was the pause. That's the area that we're really tracking. This was more, we're going to control it to make sure that we don't have to increase the rates extraordinarily to accomplish these projects. So it's consistent with that presentation that was back in April, just to remind folks.
Okay, so what grants do we have coming forward, do you know of, that we can apply for?
None to my knowledge for these
Because
projects.
as of right now, I mean, we have till 2042, right?
No, we
No,
have to work annually toward a solution to our CSO problem by 2042, and it's been broken up annually to take the step by step approach to meet the goal of what we're looking for in a resolution by 2042. So again, this is something that commissions have done routinely over the last decade. And it's the one question that, why we have to do this is cities that ignore this get fined by the EPA. And they are prohibitive fines, and it's the ratepayers that will pay those fines. And if we don't have to do that, it's better for us to use ratepayer funds to attack the problem and make necessary improvements than fight the federal government that we will lose, because we signed an agreement in 2016 that we were going to do this annually. And that's what we're here tonight to ask for you to approve the CIP, the projects, and we'll add that into our CIP of our budget, and then the funding mechanism to back those projects.
So the 39 million, 39 point, a little over 39, does it say 39 and a half? Is that enough to get us all the way to 2042?
No.
Or is that just to get us through next year?
So the consent decree is, when it was established, it was about $1 billion at the time it was set up. So if you break that up over the years of the timeline of it, it's about 40 million a year roughly is what that number comes out to be when you take the 1 billion divided by the number of years. So that's roughly about what the federal government is expecting us to spend a year to meet that consent decree is about 40 million a year.
In the consent decree, there's a list of projects as well as all kinds of other operational things, improvements to the treatment plan. It's not just these capital projects, but in the consent decree, there's a very specific list of what we have to accomplish, but we don't want to issue debt now when we can't get those projects done until over time, as well as we wouldn't have the money to pay for the debt payment until other debt comes off. So you structure it. That's why they do give you some time to come into compliance, that you don't have to do it all in one foul swoop, that you are able to implement. But I do want to say this on the record, we will be back next year to issue bonds for sewer with a whole new list of projects. And to your question about grants, they are always looking for grants. They applied for 2, if you might remember. Some of those related to CSO projects, we just didn't get those. Had we gotten those projects wouldn't be on the bond list, different projects would be. So every time we come back before you, they're reevaluating, okay, what are the projects, if we were able to get alternative funding for them, what are the projects that need to be bond funded? So that's constantly being evaluated, which is also another way that we could keep our rates down. So it's not more than 3.5 or 4% rate increases per year. So but it is an annual process, and it'll be an annual process for years to come. This isn't a one and done. We wish it was, but it is not.
Okay, so the CSO, that's part of the project, like CSO 19, CSO 14, CSO 17, they're part of this that I thought we got the grant money for already.
We have not received grant money for those projects. We applied for up to $40 million in grants and didn't get them.
Oh, did we run out of time or something?
No,
Or they just didn't give it to us?
We submitted the application, applied, and other people got the grants.
Well, it's highly competitive. Everybody's looking at the grants. They only have so much money to give out, and they have a rating system that we do our best to put together the best application possible, but so does every community that has a CSO agreement. And so it's highly competitive. You're not guaranteed just because there's a grant program out there of receiving any outside funds. Federal government and actually the court system doesn't care where you get the money. They just expect you to do the work. And if you ignore the work, we're finding your butt. And we don't need to do that. And have have to use ratepayers' funds to pay those fines. So it's better for us to stay in the straight and narrow on the agreement that was passed in 2016 and show the federal government that we are meeting our obligations annually to improve our CSO problem. I go back, the old infrastructure to deal with CSO problems is extremely expensive. Troy said when they started this agreement negotiations, they identified $1 billion worth of need to fix back in 2013 and negotiated for 5 or 6 years to get to the 16-17 agreement. When we signed it, we said we're going to attack this issue annually. And that means we have to come up with the cash to solve this problem. When their problem is underground, it's far more expensive than above ground problem. And this is primarily an underground problem, which means it's extremely expensive, and the federal government expects you to deal with it with this agreement. And so that's where we're at today.
And you report in annually. There's a
Right.
report that's this thick.
That's like that, that's that plastic lining. I think that those boys come in and they run that plastic lining through there and hit it with steam. Is there, you were talking about to reline these pipes?
That's just maintenance on our sewers. That's just a maintenance project.
But it's an innovation in the things you can do for sewer lines to make them last longer, that in situ form that you're talking about.
Right.
But it's not, this is separating sewers that are combined now that take sanitary sewer and storm water together.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
then those lines get over capacity. And then really what happens is then you have spills, you have raw sewage. And so the whole thing was environmentally to make it so that your system can hold the capacity of the sanitary sewer. So like you all said, there's different ways to address the stormwater. Part of it is having separate lines that just handle stormwater. And in newer parts of our community, we do have that. But in older parts, it's not just us. There are cities in the entire nation under consent decrees, including Kansas City, Missouri, by the way, that are having to address those combined sewers. This is not unique to us. They're having to do the same thing. The laws are a little different in terms of what they call their bonds and the processes, but the issue is exactly the same, except for their issues 4 times the size of ours. But it is one of those things I do just want to emphasize, we're going to have to be bringing it back to you every single year until we get to the end of that list of projects. So, and we can put together, in fact, we've talked about doing an update on the whole consent decree. Here's all the projects, here's what we've already gotten done, here's what's underway, here's what planned over the next 5 years, here's what's planned over the next 5 years, until we get all those things done. But you'll even after that, after you get the big capital projects done, you'll still have to do that annual maintenance requirements because there are truly all kinds of different requirements in the consent decree that have to do with the chemical treatments, with the upgrades and maintenance of your plants, your pump stations that are outside of this, but they are funded from the rates. It's all funded from the rates. That's why people pay rates, is so that they have infrastructure so we can handle their sewage. That's what they're paying for. And when the federal government came in and said, you have to handle it a little different for environmental reasons.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're just in between a rock and a hard place right now.
Yes, yes, we are.
Mm.
We literally have no choice about compliance. It is a legal consent decree. It is court ordered. And they have, as David's emphasized a couple times, the power to fine us. And we're not talking little fines. We're talking in the hundreds of thousands to millions, just in fines. And they do it to communities that blow them off and don't send in their annual report and don't show they're making progress. We've been making progress and we've been sending in the annual reports. I think this got a little confused because we had our whole debt strategy. And then we were saying, look, we're having too much of our general obligation bonds paid with property taxes, which is really what we've paid for road programs, what we've used for buildings. We've used it for a variety of things, but it's not the sewer. They're totally separate issues.
Right. Okay. I get it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Two questions. Well, actually, question and comment. One, for these projects, are any of these projects connected to some of the unfinished kind of construction that we're seeing on the eastern side of town?
Yes, some of this funding will be partially to complete those projects that were started and haven't been finished because we haven't gotten funding allocated yet. So you're correct.
And
Gotcha. And I think that's very important.
Commissioner, you will see, like next year when we bring that list, you'll see CSO 19 maybe again, because it's broken down into phases. Okay, so you're seeing real life work and that might be phase 1A. And then we come in and we say, okay, we're gonna do 1B or 2, so you're gonna hear these numbers, and in the consent decree, it lists a couple of pages of projects, but those projects might be, thousands of linear feet of pipe. So just so that you don't get caught up, I know for me, it's confusing. It's like, well, I thought we did 19. Well, we did a part of it. But we
Gotcha.
still have more to do.
Gotcha. And I guess the point that I'm making is that our community can really see the impact of this. Number one, when we are not making that separation, and there's a story in the local newspaper about it, and finding feces right in one of our parks that is not good, and these projects are designed to address that. But then of course we have these projects that are kind of stalled out. And I imagine that only makes the project even more expensive. Last thing I'll say is the city of Atlanta, folks can look up what's happening there. They're in a very similar situation, at the very least, when it comes to the Clean Water Act and being under a consent decree. And they did have to pay fines for not abiding by their consent decree. And so this is not a joke. This is not a game. We made a decision regarding getting rid of DEI, particularly for contractors and for affirmative action in fear of executive orders in this administration. Well, I can tell you right now, a consent decree is just as scary, if not scarier, than a executive order, because it's signed and it remains from administration to administration. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stikes.
Stites District 7. So you said that this went in place in 2016, correct?
16, 17.
The consent decree,
Yeah.
it was April of 2020, it was finalized.
And then
It was started in 2012, 2013
2013.
negotiation, then they did a partial signature to get to a point, and then they completely finalized it at the end. So it's been multiple commissions, multiple mayors even that worked through this, getting this finalized.
So over the last previous years, then have we kept up with the $40 million annually that they want us to spend?
We have been in full compliance with the consent decree up to this point, up through this.
So 40 million
we
every
have
year
Every
to
year up
2020?
until through 24, when we have the end of the year, we've been in full compliance. So
40 million?
It hasn't necessarily.
it's not
been
always 40 million. The average was 40 million because it was 1 billion divided by the number of years. So some years it's more, some years it's less.
That's
So
right.
yes, we have met the requirements of the consent decree per year up to the end of 24.
Okay. The last question that I have, and I was on the standing committee where that didn't make it through. So I was just curious because it was not on the consent agenda and it didn't make it out of committee. How did it get on tonight's agenda? Just curious.
Angela Lawson, Acting Chief Counsel. That is one of the authorities of the mayor. He can move any item forward to the full commission.
So
under
this was
rules
put
and
on the agenda
procedures.
from the mayor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember in 2020, that's when I came on, when we passed it. It was a big contentious issue. If we don't follow it, we can get fined. But I vividly remember at the time, our chief counsel at the time, Misty Brown, and I don't know if you remember, Commissioner Burrows had posed a question to her at the time. What would happen if we didn't pass or approve or finalize the consent decree? She was very upfront with it. She said, well, you guys will be facing a federal judge as to why not to finalize the consent decree. Now, that may not happen now because we have it. We'll just get fined out the wazoo. But it's not a maybe. It's not a, well, let's think about it again. It's a must. It is a federal court order provided by the DOJ from the EPA. So I want to I know a lot of us keep stressing that, that thing. It's something we have to do. The federal government saying you have to do this. Do we want to do it? No. Sanitary, yes, we should do it anyway. We should not have a combined sewer system. It's not healthy for us and it's not healthy for our environment. But just keep stressing, this is a must, not a maybe or let's think about it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, a lot of these projects are in my district. I am very hopeful that we can get this passed. And I'd like for the record to show that in 2042, I will only be 90 years old. So I'll probably be on the other side of there. And with that, I make a motion that we approve.
Kane, second.
I accept those motions. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 9-2. The motion carries.
Monica, there's two items they need to vote
Eight,
on.
sorry,
That
8
was
to
the
2.
CIP. Now they need to do the ordinance resolution.
I counted it out.
Okay, I believe we discussed both, so I believe that's item 9.6. Correct me if I'm wrong, clerk.
We need to vote on
Okay,
it.
I need a motion for the companion resolution 9.6, authorizing delivery of general obligation improvement bond series 2026-A.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion second, clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Vote is 8-2. The motion carries.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item 9.8, community input and recommendations. This is the last item. In keeping with my commitment that I made on day one to give the community a voice, I offered open mic, community input A lot of folks call it a lot of different things, where you can bring forth recommendations. I ask that if you bring forth a recommendation based on a complaint, that you bring forth a solution. If you have like to make a compliment on anything the unified government has done, just please be brief and concise to that topic. You'll have no more than 3 minutes, and due to the interest of time, I'm going to make sure that we're strict with that. I do have my sergeant at arms and security staff waiting, so I'm just letting you know now, 3 minutes, and you will be escorted out if you don't follow that 3 minutes. So no more than 3 minutes. The clerk will run that. Due to the interest of time, we will not be allowing phone-in community input, but we will honor those people that have sat here patiently and waited to this late hour to be able to have the opportunity to make some community input and recommendations. We will honor that. We are anxious to hear what you have to say. And so, Clerk, I will let you run this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. We also have 2 comments that were received. I'll read those first or last.
Clerk.
Or not at all. No. Okay. We'll enter those later. First person is Stephen McMahon, Carolyn Wyatt on deck. Is Stephen McMahon still in the audience? All right. Carolyn Wyatt. Joshua Yoakum. Fannie Hill. James Bain. Daryl Hall will be on deck.
This must be really important because since I waited, maybe the last man standing, but I appreciate the time. Mayor, I wanted to.
Sir, please state your name and residence.
James Bain, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you.
I want to use my time to discuss the American Royal and first express my disappointment in how this process worked out and putting this on tonight's agenda in a very late hour. You see how many people have left and are not participating in this very important discussion. Having this the way it's happening tonight only serves to benefit the very powerful interests of the American Royal. We throw around the words community driven a lot in this very room, and the actions concerning American Royal tonight are the furthest thing from community driven. American Royal gets whatever they want tonight, and then questions from the community remain about this troubled and delayed project. We are at the point in this project where it needs to be re-examined, and the amendment is the perfect opportunity to re-examine this entire project. New information has come out since this summer that necessitates drastic changes to the original development agreement. And so we should address those in this amendment. The two pieces of information that has changed, media has come out and reported that American Royal has run out of money. And so that needs to be addressed. The second piece of information is American Royal seemingly is seeking nonprofit status, which would allow them to be tax exempt, property tax exempt. That is new information that was never mentioned this summer, at least that I saw. So because American Royal ran out of money, there's a delay in this construction schedule, and that's what the amendment is about. There's going to be a second phase. That affects the economic impact numbers they have provided. I think they said they're expecting 1.5 million people a year. Crazy number. I don't believe it, but that's what they're saying. That number clearly is
1
not
minute remaining.
going to be correct with the delayed construction schedule. And so that needs to be addressed. There should be some financial payment or in the development agreement contingencies for future delays. The property tax amendment the property tax issue, that needs to be addressed in this as well. They need to have a payment in lieu of taxes every year. And they're going to say, well, we're going to pay the pilot on BPU bills. But that's not does not make up for what they would owe in property taxes, and they've completely withheld that information from us. That is not how a partner treats another partner in a deal like this. And so I would just ask you to vote no, regain leverage to make necessary changes, make American Royal come to the table with a serious offer. In my final seconds, I want to thank the mayor, Commissioner Burrows, Commissioner Townsend, Commissioner Kane got on for being great public servants and for all of your service to this community. Greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for the time.
Confirming Darrell Hall. Charles Davis. Mayor, those are the only individuals that have signed up to speak this evening.
If there's anyone else, I know some of you've waited patiently. I know you probably didn't sign up, but I want to make sure that this is my last meeting with you. I want you to make sure you have an opportunity to speak. You got 3 minutes. Name and city of residence, please.
I'd like to speak. My name's Scott Harding, Wyandotte County, been here all my life. I got a question on this 9.7. Didn't the mayor's office have $175,000 left over when you're leaving the office? That's my question, and I'd like to hold my time. And the other thing I would like to know, I'd like to know that tonight so everybody could hear it. On this $10,000 that they're talking about, on this technology deal, let's see what I'd like to know what that money is actually for, or 10 million, excuse me. I'm trying to find the number, but and whenever you guys voted on the sewer thing, let me just go back to that. I wish you guys would have let us talk before you guys voted on it, because, you know, some of these people can't afford anymore on the bill. And I would like to know how much per person that's going to cost each person with this 39 million or 40 million that you're going to be spending, because a lot of people can't afford it. And that's the big deal nowadays. Everybody's getting ready to, you know, got to move because they can't afford their house. So that's just another question, so they can sort of look forward to what they got to pay. And if they can't afford it, then they could go ahead and look for different housing. And I know you guys are trying to get low income housing, but that's a hell of a way to get it, to get other people to move out, to get your low income housing filled up. But I'm trying to find that deal on here.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, the technology thing, I don't know exactly where it's at or what number it is to ask you, but I'd like to know what that $10 million is for. And then on the land bank properties, what are we gonna do with them, and shouldn't they be going for whatever the land is going for or houses are going for that area? That way they can get some and recoup some of the money back for some of the people that had their homes or property taken. That was my other question. So hopefully you guys can answer. I'd appreciate it. Thank you for your service, and do what you can for us. Mr. Hardy, 12.2. Excuse me? 12.2. 12.2.
Sir, your time has expired.
Yeah, 12.2 is the number that I'm looking for, I guess. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Just your state and city of residence. The name and city of residence. I'm sorry.
Jordan Michael Tyner Mackey, 120 Emerson, Bonner Springs, Kansas. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Gardner, I just want to tell you thank you for setting the bar so high. I was a councilman in Bonner Springs, and you were the first mayor in my lifetime to actually visit during or at least that I'm aware of, and while I was on council, that actually visited our council chambers and came and visited and talked with us. I know Mr. Burrows did as well. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for your service. You've set the bar very high. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Mr. Harding, if you would get with my chief of staff and probably our CFO, Ms. Canuven, with those questions, and they'll be sure to circle back with you as they get it. I know the question with my office, the reason I can't give you a definitive on that residual that's there, that's still there, is because I still have several employees that have benefits that still haven't been paid out yet. And once that's paid out, then we'll have a clear number. But again, our CFO should be able to get you that. So even if I've got a week left after this, so even if I'm not here, our administrator's office and definitely our CFO should be able to get you that information. So if you can share your information with her, and that way you can communicate and hopefully get you the information you need to your satisfaction. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. I'm going to close the public comment. Thank you all for everybody throughout the years that had the courage to speak up. You really helped us get better as a mayor and a commission and a staff. A lot of good recommendations came forward, and the ones that we could reasonably accommodate, hopefully you realize that we did. Always we appreciate the good comments, but we also appreciate those comments where we may not be measuring up. And so it's good to hear from the people to make sure that we're community driven in all that we do and we're reflecting your values, and that when we do measure it up, we're measuring up in a way that meets or exceeds the expectations you have for us. And that's the value of giving people a voice, something that I prided myself on, because for far too long, I worked here, I just didn't see a lot of our residents being able to have a voice or being able to have an integral part in bringing forth good recommendations to this commissioner, to our staff. So I want to thank everyone that really took those opportunities for community input. And I want to thank this for commission and staff, because sometimes community input went very long, very, very long. But I know that our community appreciated it and valued it. 3 minutes isn't a lot of time, but it's more time than they had before to bring forth issues. So I just want to say thank you all. Thank you, community, for bringing forth your concerns. Mr. Bain, hopefully we can get to some of your questions when that item comes up, okay? All right, thank you. We do have a proclamation, clerk. You want to read that abbreviated?
Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim December 4, 2025 as Livable Neighborhood's 30th anniversary in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. And that's important. Our neighborhoods, I know the time I spent, and I know that Commissioner Stites spent on the police department. And I know Commissioner Bynum has been front and center when she was a group leader for Leavenworth Road Association. At one time, we had over 180, I believe it was, if my memory serves me right. I don't know, Chuck, was that about right? Neighborhood groups, active neighborhood groups that really started probably mid-90s, if my memory serves me right. And they really worked hard to address some of the concerns that were going on in neighborhoods, blight, crime. Anybody go, if you want to do your research on the broken windows theory, they worked hard. They brought neighborhoods and neighbors together in ways unlike we've seen anything. It really contributed to helping public officials here at the city, as well as the police, sheriff, really focus on those issues that really impact our neighborhoods negatively. And from that, we saw crime starting to drop. We saw investments in our neighborhoods, and things slowly started turning around. Unfortunately, as those individuals aged and transitioned, those neighborhood groups transitioned with them. And we're now down to less than, I believe the last number I had was less than 40. And so I know we communicate differently than we did back in the mid-90s, but I do encourage everyone, livable neighborhoods still exist. There are neighborhood groups that have expanded to pick up that slack throughout Kansas City, Kansas. get to know your neighbors, get to know your neighborhood group leaders. I just encourage you to engage, go to these meetings, find out what's going on. They still meet at the last Thursday, I believe, of every month at 8:30 in the morning at 4951 State Avenue. City leaders will be there, community leaders will be there, non-for-profits, staff, elected officials, naturally law enforcement will be there, and it's a good way to connect with other individuals that really care about Wyandotte County and want to see it get better from the grassroots level. And so it's my honor. It's been 30 years that Livable Neighborhood has been in operation. This is their 30th year anniversary, and it's something that I really wanted to champion and make sure that we didn't lose sight of, because really the strength of who we are in Wyandotte County is our people, and our people are those individuals that live in our neighborhoods. And Livable Neighborhoods embrace that strength of who we are, and they really made a profound positive difference. And so it's my honor to be able to give that proclamation to them. So thank you, Clerk. That takes us to item 2.1. It's on the administrator's agenda. This was previously heard before the Board of Commissioners, and I'm going to ask our legal to give some guidance on this. It's about rezoning properties at a particular location. I'll let legal speak to that.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Angela Lawson, Acting Chief Counsel. This item has been before the board numerous times before, because it does have a high threshold of votes needed, 9 votes needed to carry it. However, I would like to stress that this is not an instance where you're looking at the factors on whether or not to rezone. The board has already done that. The board approved those factors. This is simply passing and publishing, or providing guidance to publish the ordinance that approves what the board has already decided, and so that's, you're not rehearing the factors, just publishing the ordinance that goes along with that. As you've noticed, for the last several meetings, we now have that ordinance with the item, so it doesn't come before you twice. But this is one of the remaining ones that came before the board twice. You would pass an item, you would approve the rezoning, and then it would come back to you next month to approve the publication and the ordinance. So this is a remainder of that, but it is for an item that has already been approved by this commission. And that would be the rezoning the property at 1240 Parallel Parkway from agricultural to the planned business park. And it is relative to the data center.
Okay, any comments from commissioners? Seeing none, clerk, roll call.
I need a motion, please.
I need a motion, I'm sorry. Motion?
Wait, Gail Townsend is upstairs coming down.
Oh.
I mean, is it okay if we wait for her?
We can take a 1-minute recess.
Okay.
So we'll take a short recess, wait for Commissioner Townsend. Is there a motion?
Mayor, she's on her way down. I just talked to her.
Yeah, I'm on my way there. Oh, there she is.
I'll make the motion for approval, but I just assume wait till she gets back in the chambers, please.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah. All right, there was a motion for approval and a second. Clerk, just for clarity for Commissioner Townsend, there's a motion and second to approve. Can you read that item?
This is regarding item 12.1 under the administrator's agenda, ordinance rezoning property, COZ 2025-005, and ordinance rezoning property at 13000, 12504, and 12340 Parallel Parkway from AG Agricultural District to BP Planned Business Park District, recommended for approval.
Okay, clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Davis has his hand raised.
Commissioner Davis?
I'll be very, very quick, colleagues. Just to be very, very clear, we are just voting on the change of zone. We're not going to see anything being built out there anytime soon. It's going to be preliminary and other land entitlements that will be needed. Legal, can you concur with that?
Yes, there's still a substantial amount of work to be done.
Okay, and there's no development agreement as well. Legal can concur with that as well.
There's no development agreement, nor are there any agreements with the Board of Public Utilities.
Thank you. I just want folks to be aware of that. There will be ongoing conversations regarding this. This is not the final decision. This is just the change of zone. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Roll call, clerk.
Roll call. Hill?
Aye.
Kane?
Aye.
Lopez?
No.
Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Mayor Garner?
Aye.
The vote is 9-2. The motion carries.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item 12.2, an ordinance authorizing issuance of taxable industrial revenue bonds, Ecovist Catalyst Technologies, LLC project. And it's not to exceed $10 million for the Ecovist project located at 1700 Kansas Avenue. Ask staff to make some opening comments.
Yes, so Shelley Knieven, CFO. In your packet, behind the development agreement is a fact sheet that we put together. That'll make it a little more simple, a little more straightforward. I think it was Commissioner Bynum at the last meeting requested something like this, so that you have some history, you know, a little bit about the company. We've had a longstanding agreement. This original development agreement began in 2013. And they were going to do a total of $100 million worth of investments, and they've been doing that periodically over the years. So as they do an increment of their investments, we bring forward, per that agreement that we agreed to, and we bring forward an IRB, which is a tool that allows them to be tax exempt for up to 10 years. And then the tax exemption goes away and they become fully taxable. And this particular allotment is $10 million. I think Mr. Hardy was asking what that was for. It's an IRB for Ecovist, Catalyst Technologies LLC. they've made the investment, they've actually constructed it. We included pictures in here, the before and after. So they've actually, these IRBs you do at the end of the construction because we certify the cost, make sure they really spent the money. And then these bonds, just the way the state tool works, is that the company actually buys the bonds. It is just a tool in order to provide an incentive or support of a company doing very significant, in this case, $100 million worth of investments. They do, in older days, we didn't have that schedule of pilots like we do now. But what this agreement had was a 25% pilot that they will pay. So it depends on what that improvement is, increases their assessed value. And then there'll be a base set by our assessor, and then 25% of that, they will actually pay in a pilot. So out of their total 32 buildings they have on their complex, there are 3 of them that have tax exemptions still in place. And then they are paying 25% for just those parts of it as a pilot. They do pay those every year. All their other buildings are taxable. They're paying those as well. And they also pay the payment to the community benefit ordinance. When we close on this, we estimate that'll be $40,000, of which $20,000 will go to the community benefit fund. And then we also asked BPU to give us a ballpark because you can't disclose exactly, but they're paying $380,000 in terms of BPU pilots. That's just the pilot that they're paying annually. So this is an exceptional partner. We do have Dave Nadir from Ecovist. We thought it would be helpful in case you wanted to ask questions about what is Ecovist, what do they do? There's some written description, but this is just to comply with that development agreement passed way back in 2013, is to do an allotment towards that 100 million that was approved of $10 million of improvements they made. They've made the improvements. And so now we do the bonds, they buy the bonds, and then they, it's a financing tool, if you will, for tax abatement, for an economic incentive. So I know it's a little complicated. We had a discussion about a couple of those other companies that we had a couple of meetings ago. So we tried to put it all together in a little fact sheet for you. And so glad to answer any questions, but we're looking to authorize the issuance of the bonds now that they've completed construction.
I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve funding Ecovist.
There's a motion, second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call: Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to, I believe it's our last item. 12.3. It's an ordinance approving the First Amendment to the amendment and restated development agreement for the American Raw Project. I will ask Administrator Johnson to go ahead and lead the remarks.
I believe it was last April where there was a development agreement brought before this commission, and there were significant discussions about the points in that development agreement, and you voted to support that development agreement. To talk about the changes that this amendment would make to that agreement, I will turn the microphone over to Todd LaSala, our Economic Development Counsel. Todd.
Thank you. And there may be a side-by-side slide that we could put up that might help. I will be brief. The amendment that's before you tonight changes our development agreement in essentially 3 ways. And I'll give you the big picture first, and I'll give you a little more detail. The big picture is that the bond structure would change somewhat. We would also kind of break off a discrete phase for the first time that would be completed first, and we define that. And then third and finally, we extend the dates. So taking those piece by piece, let's start with the bond structure. The American Royal, as you may remember, has been approved for $155 million of star bond financing. That's been approved by the Department of Commerce. And back in April, the version of this development agreement that you approved, it always contemplated two separate bond issues. But the flavor of that has changed a little bit for both the first bond issue and the second. The first bond issue in April, when we were talking about, was really going to be a private placement of bonds, mostly bought by the American Royals friends, family, foundations, folks that they had relationships with. And the hope was at the time that we would get relatively close to the $155 million, maybe somewhere in the ballpark of $135 million. The new proposal is different than that. It is a public sale or a limited public offering. There is the opportunity for friends and family of the royal to participate in that, but it is not contemplated that it would be largely that. It is really a public sale. We've been working pretty closely with underwriters. We've had a really good feasibility study completed at this point. And so we have some refinement about that first bond issue. It's largely based on Plaza at the Speedway revenues. And the number we think is very close to $93 million. Now, could that be a little more or a little less when we go at price it? Sure, but that's about what we think the ballpark is for this first bond issue. There's also a change in the structure when it comes to the second bond issue that's contemplated as well. In the April development agreement, we were really thinking that the second bond issue is something we would do pretty well down the road, maybe 5 years or so, after the American Royal was fully built out, completed, opened, and we even had some sales history. At that point, we thought we'd do a public sale in the second bond issue, but we really thought of it as in terms of, and the document really talks about it being a refinancing, where we take out all the private placement bonds, we refinance those, and we sell $155 million worth of public bonds at that point. But at that point, you've got sales history and the thing is open, there's not construction risk. And so that was really the profile for the second bond issue in the April development agreement. Well, that's changing a little bit too. It is no longer something that we think of as a refinancing. It's no longer something that is necessarily going to happen well down the road after the American Royal is open and we have sales history. And it's also not expected to be a refinancing. It's really supposed to be parity bonds the way it's contemplated now, really additional bonds. And the underwriters are telling us that if that second bond issue is based on the American Royal alone, it's probably in the ballpark of $20 million of additional bonds that we would issue at that point. Now, that could be a lot more if some of the property that's to the north develops and is in the district. But to be conservative about that projection today, and you think of it just as the American Royal alone, it's about $20 million. So those are the changes to the bond structure. Let me also talk about the second point that I mentioned, which is phasing. The first development agreement didn't think about phasing at all. Right? It really said, hey, if we do this friends and family thing and we get close to $150 million, the Royal is just irrevocably committing to building the entire project. And they will remind you, they always had to do private financing connected to that, but it was really a commitment to do it all. In the new program, there's really a recognition that without that full bond issue, the thing that we know that we can get and that they can deliver when we issue $93 million worth of star bonds is a phase one that really includes the exhibition hall. Also sometimes affectionately referred to as the Barns, right? And the Royal will tell you it's a Barns first plan, not Barns only, because they fully intend to build it all. However, the development agreement really contemplates what happens if the exhibition hall is all that ever occurs. And so one of the things that we have thought about is a commitment from the Royal about what happens with that phase one and getting the exhibition hall up and running. And one of the things we say is that all of the American Royal events that are currently hosted in the facility in Kansas City, Missouri, with the exception of really 4 specific things, all of that is to move and exclusively be held in the exhibition hall once it's complete. And that's important because there is economic development activity, visitation, sales, people. Like there is activity that is based on them operating out of the barns. There is a plan to have arenas within the barns and host American Royal events within the exhibition hall. That can happen for a period of time until they complete the rest of the project, which has the additional arenas and the agricultural education center. So they will talk about this, but there is activity based on that. And the document tries to capture that and say exclusively we're the home for that, for those events, other than 4 specific events that are largely about the scale of those events or the ability to run horses in those smaller arenas within the exhibition hall and getting horses up to speed. So it's really rodeo events and events that require horses to run at speed. So the third thing that I mentioned, and I'll cover in just a little more detail here, and then I'll stop for questions, is timing. If we issue these bonds, the Royal is committed in this First Amendment to recommence construction of the exhibition halls within 60 days of issuing those bonds. And then the contract would say they have 18 months to complete the exhibition hall. I think you'll hear from them that they intend to complete faster than that, but the contract gives them 18 months to finish. The amendment would also extend the date for completion of the rest of the American Royal, the arenas, the Core Royal, and the Agricultural Education Center, and it extends that date from, it was formerly 2 years from that first bond closing, and we're now moving that to 3. So big picture, that's everything that is in this amendment and what's before you tonight, as contrasted with what you approved in the development agreement in April. And I would be happy to answer any questions now or after the developer does their presentation. Mayor, that's completely your discretion.
Okay. Would the American Royal like to come up and make some comments?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. Clerk, could I pull up the PowerPoint, please? Cord Maxwell, Polsinelli firm representing the American Royal, a not-for-profit 501c3 corporation. Thank you very much, members of the commission. I'll try to make this presentation short. I know the hour is late, but we do have some things we want to refresh the commission on from our April time period and walk through some of the maybe big picture points. But if I get into that, I agree with a lot of what Todd said, all of what Todd said out there. And I think I just want to add a flavor to it from the American Royal side. And we really appreciate all the work that your city administrator has done, Todd's done, Chelsea has done. All of us have been working hard on this, and the commission as a whole have been working hard to try to deliver this project. And the reason I thought it was appropriate to bring back a lot of our April presentation is Todd's highlighting all of the differences, and that's absolutely what needs to be done. But also to fly at the big level, this is the same project. We are doing the same thing. There are these tweaks to it, but we are delivering the same project. We are delivering the same payments to the UG. We are delivering the same economic development benefits, the same community benefits, the same construction jobs that we're getting people working again and getting this project completed and taking it to the goal line. What's really changed in this is the way we are accessing the financial markets and the construction sequencing. And the things that happened was us starting to work as you hired your underwriter to start working on this bond sale, of us working with that underwriter and understanding how do we most efficiently access the markets to find the best interest rate, to find the most efficient bonding scenario with these public monies out there, and how do we then lever those public monies to go into the parts that we can execute on quickest, and then be able to raise all the rest of the private funds and leveraging our donors to go and put on the continuing parts of this that we have to do in the arenas and the agricultural event center and otherwise. So Todd's right. We do call this a Barnes first proposal. This is not a Barnes only. This is a Barnes first proposal that we are bringing forward here. And we think that it makes the most sense for both the UG and for us and for all of your citizens and the state of Kansas to get this project done, get it moved forward and get it going. And one thing I would note is that this has been a very consistent thing that happens in economic development. It's not every project, but it's a lot of projects where you start and have a negotiation between private partner and public partner, state, city, all of us, and we work out a deal. And then we take that deal to the market and the market gives us input about it. And they say, you got to tweak it. You got to change it. The financial market goes and tells you, you need to do these things to get this project done. That's what's really happened here, is the financial market, the underwriters and otherwise have told us, you got to tweak this a little bit so that we can go and take these bonds out, get these issued at the 90+ million that Todd's talked about, and then keep working the project in raising the private funds, do the rest of the project, bring it along, and access the market for the future issuances. I'll go very quickly, though, through the presentation. Obviously, we all know what the American Royal is. It is absolutely the front door of food and agriculture and a champion for food and agriculture, one of the first industries in our area. We are having people come from all 48 states, 15 countries, $86 million annual economic impact, putting up massive attendees days out there. We're right here in the very heartland. Within 500 miles, we have almost all, or 50%, over a majority of production agriculture, and we've got all of our land-grant universities around, and we're in the animal health corridor. We are continuing to grow our event and attendees profile. We have been doing that for years, and when we get this new facility, we will absolutely supercharge that. Since April, this is a new slide, the thing that all of us have been doing here in part, and Todd cited some of it, was we authorized a revenue study. This is not a American Royal revenue study. This is not a Department of Commerce revenue study. This is a UG underwriter revenue study that is hired to look at what are we going to see here. And the things that that revenue study said and showed was the massive additional projected visitation, 1.5 million visits that occur, the high incremental sales that we start throwing off and bringing into your area, the long-term financial benefits to you over the course of the Star Bond term, and then the near-term benefits that start coming from new revenue we're bringing into the community and the UG payments. I won't spend a ton of time on this slide, but it's still very powerful. It was something that I showed in April, and it gets to ultimately, why do you do the deal? Why does the commission do the deal? Why did we negotiate so vigorously? And really, I'll go to that kind of last point in there. I could take you through all of the individual line items, but it basically shows what is the financial profile of the UG if you do not do the project, and Plaza at the Speedway just rolls off. It's about 118 million. If you do the project, we make all the payments, you have all the different collections that happen. It's 106 million. These are gross dollars. So you have a $37 million net benefit to the unified government. This project still makes a ton of financial sense for you all beyond all those economic development benefits. And one piece I forgot is there's that final component in there that all of those numbers for that positive $37.5 million considers no additional development happening around our site. When you bring in this Star Bond district that we have and the Perry properties around us, both the J.W. Perry and the Perry Holdings, and those folks have talked to us about how critically important it is to get the American Royal going, to get it built, get it developed. All of that additional development starts to create lift for this unified government. So What is the plan? It is barns and exhibition halls first. We have that 390,000 square foot facility. That will be the largest clear space facility in all of the unified government. It is those 5 gabled barns that are right up against State Avenue. They are most of the way done, and importantly, all of it to date has been done with private money out there. That has all been donor dollars and private dollars that have gone into it. There's a little bit of money that's come from the state through a base grant, but other than that, it is really all private dollars. That 390,000 facility, we really focus all of these bond proceeds and we get that facility completed. We get it completed quickly and we get it open and operating so that it is open this summer. And if we get going on this, it could be open for the World Cup. That is ambitious, that is hard, that is going to take us putting our back into it, but it can be done. It has that benefit of the World Cup to start generating revenue in it, but it has the benefit, as Todd said, that we are able to bring in the vast majority of our events, only a very few that would be excluded, to Wyandotte County, to this facility, and start having them come here. So our attendees start attending that event and shopping in the Legends and coming to this facility quickly. The piece that I would also note, it's down here on the bottom. This is an incredibly busy slide, but what does the PGAV study say about a Barnes First economic development plan? That 70% of total visitors, of all of the visitors that we project when we build all of this, 70% come for Barnes First. With just the barns, just the exhibition halls, we get 70% of the economic bang for the buck. We're committed, the document makes us committed, but we are committed to getting all of this done. But the day that we open these facilities, 70% of the visitation can continue to come in this Barnes First activation. I think this slide is one of the most powerful that we presented in April, and it still is absolutely true. This slide is the power of star bonds. This is the power of regular star bonds out there. When you take all of the project costs and all of the sources of revenues, before we go into the payments that the American Royal will make over the long term to the UG, and you look at the sources, 56% of the monies come from private capital. 32% comes from the state. 3% comes from other public funds, basically the state. So 35 is from the state. Only 9% of project funds come from the unified government. But that wasn't where we stopped this. Where we stopped this, after a lot of negotiation back and forth between all of us to finding a path that worked, was we are making upfront IRB payments to you. We are making annual payments to you. And the numbers get substantially better for the unified government that you are putting in 1% of the dollars to this project. And with that 1% of dollars, I would forward the economic impact that comes from the flow of our visitors, from the flow of our folks shopping, from the things that happen in and around this Village West area because of our folks. We are going to greatly pay back that 1%. That is going to spill over and accrete to the benefit of this Unified Government Commission and your citizens. So I'll wrap it up, and I'll of course stand for questions, Mr. Mayor, but just running through it really quick of sort of the immediate revenue impacts. We vote tonight. We go and take this to a bond issuance as fast as we can. There is $5 million coming into the unified government's budget that falls into the budget. We will then be making, we are contractually committed, we have to make $1.32 million annual payments every year. The base dollars will start to get unlocked from the TIF program that's been in place. There'll be additional dollars that are uncaptured in any of the star bonds that are your EMS and public safety levies that will start coming your way. There'll be additional dollars that our people that come are not inside the district that are coming. We will be paying BPU pilot fees for all of our energy. All of that will be rolling over and coming your way. And so with that, I would ask the members of this commission, and I can see everybody yawning and being tired, so I'll wrap it up. But I would ask everybody on this commission to be able to allow us to move this development agreement forward tonight, and then be able to work great with your staff, your CFO, Todd and Chelsea and everybody in the bond underwriting team to go and take this to market as fast as we possibly can. Within reason, we know that we have to do this diligently and appropriately the way this government has issued hundreds of millions of dollars of other special obligation star bonds before, but to do it diligently and quickly so that we can get started and we can get back to work. We can get this project done. We've been at it for years and years, and we've done it all on the backs of private capital today. We would love to have the public-private partnership that we always set out for, and we're right on the cusp of it if we can go and get these bonds issued. With that, Mr. Mayor, I would stand for any questions. There were maybe some questions from the public earlier. I'm happy to speak to any of the misinformation that's been out there or otherwise, but I'll let the commission guide me in the questions they'd like to ask.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Townsend has a question.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Maxwell. Here's the question I have. We were here in April, and the expectation was that, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. LaSalle, too, that the Royal expected to do private placement and was going to reap, I guess, 135 million. Was that the April expectation? Give or take?
Yeah, it was in that ballpark, Commissioner. It was not, the analysis, in fairness, the analysis about that at the time was not as refined as what we have now. As Mr. Maxwell mentioned, we have now done a PGAV revenue study. We have an underwriter on board. There's a lot more precision about the $93 million number that I gave you tonight than $135 million in April. It was not a guess. It was an informed estimate, but there's a lot more precision about the $93 million tonight.
Well, here's the concern questions I have.
Yep.
What does it mean for the unified government or for this project to go from an April and anticipated, I get that, 135 million to now 93 million?
Yep.
The other question I have, I guess this is more suitable for the Royal. Why wasn't this done before it came to us in April so that there was more certainty?
Yeah.
And this wasn't the first time. I mean, I'm looking around. Okay. Commissioner Kane, I guess he's around, but I look forward to this project going forward way back before COVID. Everything now is, did it happen before COVID? Did it happen after COVID? And I guess it looks different after COVID. I had some concern about that because it seemed like there was an increase in the scope without coming here. So I just don't know what to believe anymore.
Yeah. All fair questions, Commissioner, and let me take a couple of different ones because you're diving at some of the heart of the issue. So I'll start and Todd can jump in as well. But let's start on the first component of really working with the underwriters, right? And the component of working with the underwriters was unveiled some things about the financial plan. And the first of those is when you are issuing bonds, whether they're a private placement, whether they're an underwriting, whether they're other, those are securities out there. And you have an underwriter that has to go and prove out to the market in every form, fashion, and way out there that you have a complete and total and absolute set capital stack, right? And the issue is if you are issuing all of those bonds of 155 million and going and doing that, you have to prove out a full and complete capital stack for every single part of the project. And it became a chicken and the egg scenario that we could never get through, that to get all the bonds issued, you had to have all of the private fundraising done that day for every single bit of the project out there that was ready to go. And we were very honest that we do not have $375 million that is the complete and total project on day one. So the answer that came from the underwriters was to be able to get this done, to be able to access it, you have to break this apart so that we can go to the market and we can say, we have a full and complete capital stack today for a discrete part of this project. And the discrete part of this project is building the barns and getting them done today. And so now we have an actual bond package that the market will accept, that all of us can sign our names to, that all of us can know we can go and deliver this tomorrow and get this done and be able to perform for the unified government. And so we're ready to go with this development agreement being set and having this Barns First program that we know we can go and issue these bonds and get the barns done. So then we can go back out to the market, raise the private capital that it takes, and start working on the next component of it, which is all of the arenas.
So if you have to go back again for another placement, how do you know without doing that due diligence that you've got enough money? It sounds like we're a continuous cycle of not really knowing how much money we need.
Yeah, no, we know what we will need then in the next component to finish it out. And that comes to the private fundraising phase and then going to the market again with bonds. And that's the part we were talking about additional bonds tests and how we will go through for the bonds there. But the short answer to it, Commissioner, is what really takes is if you only have 93, you just got to raise the rest of the private capital for the next phase until you can go and issue the bonds again.
And Commissioner, that is kind of where your question started. You know, you're obviously $40 million more away. So the answer that Corb is giving you, and I think it's true, is it's $40 million more of private capital that they have to raise through fundraising, right? There are fewer star bonds available. And the truth is, before we get to that next bond issue, the underwriters are telling us now they're going to have to be pretty far underway. They're going to have to be building the rest of the project and be able to show they have that capital stack before we're going to be able to go issue those additional bonds. So the private fundraising it's always been really important to the project. There's a little more pressure on it now than there was before.
Yeah. And Commissioner, I would say we're $175 million deep as it sits already. That is what is in the project today of private capital out there. So we have made substantial progress. We've got a lot more to go, but we have to have an injection of public capital to make it a public-private partnership that lets us start moving the next steps along.
One more thing, and I'm sure some other colleagues have questions. A lot has been made about this Barnes only. When I recall the numerous meetings we've had about the American world and what's coming, it always included all of this. The arenas, the barns, what people traditionally think when they think of the American world and all the activity that it's going to bring, the horse shows and all of that. So now I'm understanding that this is a phase where it's barns only, not the arena. So what is not coming?
Yeah, and Commissioner, I would, with all respect, and Todd sort of alluded to it, I'm going to call it Barnes First. And I'm going to say that it's sequencing because both the document and the Royal itself, we have to have this whole project. Both you are obligating us to develop this whole project and we have to have this whole project. But we are focusing our capital on getting the barns done first, getting the 390,000 square foot up, being able to use that and bring our events in, and then focusing our fundraising on the next phases of bringing the arena and bringing in all of the rest of it, of the agricultural event centers and otherwise, under the timelines that we're committing to under the development agreement.
Okay, so to do this Barnes First, as you call it, how much money are you going to need to do that? What are we seeking? Because there's so many numbers going around now.
Yeah, the $90 million issuance will be plenty to finish out the Barnes First.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Stand by, please. Okay, first question for Todd. what's their nonprofit status through the state of Kansas right now? Are they,
Well, the American Royal is registered as a nonprofit. If you go look at the Secretary of State's website, they are a foreign nonprofit that is active in good standing.
okay, and then I have several questions here. So back in April, there were private bonds that were going to be issued.
It was the first issue was going to be a private placement. That's right.
But now it's public. So what happens, I'm just asking, when this project takes a bath, who's holding the bag? Are we holding the bag?
No.
Yeah, no, we are not public institutions that buy these bonds publicly are the only party that really gets hurt by that. Now, the difference between a public bond issue and private is the rating agencies are watching the public bond issue and seeing what the unified government does.
Again,
So there is a
we take a
different
bath
canon.
on our ratings.
Look, I'm going to jump in.
I mean, there's a risk. I mean, would a banker take this risk?
Yeah, absolutely. Bankers would go and take this
Give me
risk.
their name and number, because
And absolutely, the bankers will buy this. And you know why I know that could happen? Because every other star bond that we have issued in this county, in the hundreds of millions that we have done, are exactly in this issuance. We are going to a very standard and normative way that bonds have been issued for star bonds all across Kansas and all across Wyandotte County. This is no different than Homefield. This is no different than Sporting. This is no different than Pinnacle. This is no different than the original Speedway. This is a normative way to do it. The way we were talking about it for was very unique in the private issuance. It didn't work. We cannot do that. We're asking to go to the exact same structure that we have done on every other bond issuance that has happened in this county.
Okay, you
Corb,
said-
wait, hold on just a second. With great respect, what Corb just said is right. This is normal. To say we've never done private placements is incorrect. We did do private placements at the beginning of Village West. Commissioner Burrows is going to remember that we
Yeah.
did this for Nebraska Furniture Mart. For
Cabela's.
Cabela's. And frankly, the Village West was also privately placed initially, and then they were repackaged and publicly.
You've done it both ways, Todd. Most of the more recent ones have been done this way.
That's
And we are not, this is very standard. It wasn't what we proposed at the beginning, but this is not this is very standard to ones this government has done and we have done all over the state of Kansas.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so so what was the game changer? What was, we're not going to do it private. We're just going to go public. What was the call on that?
That it was,
The
as I
reasoning.
explained it to Commissioner Townsend, at the end of the day, to be able to go and do a private issuance in any amount out there, you would still have to go and prove up an absolute full and complete capital stack for every single component of the project that was there. And so you begin to chase your tail in a chicken and egg of having to show $375 million of capital available at that moment. That was not possible to do that. So what we needed to do was figure out, how do you break up the project? How do you get discrete in phases? And then how do you use the most efficient revenue streams you can to go and be able to access the public market based on both the American Royals revenue stream for the barn phase and the revenue stream for the plaza at the Speedway, sell the $90 million, get the barns done, raise a bunch of private capital, and then start working on the arenas and go back to the market, and very likely then use, it would most likely be public, but if we're going to go and use sort of our friends and family, use them in that next phase of the equation. But we're all going to be able to work on that next bond issuance together as that comes and work through all of those things. But to get the barns done today, we need to go access the public markets and go through a public underwriting to go and get it done today.
So when the barns are done, and you said, then we'll access the private family, but then you're going to bring it back and say, well, we're going to go public with those bonds. Now, you did say
Commissioner,
50
by the way, we will be a part of it, I believe, but they will still be a public issuance on that second phase. We're going to end up doing both in that, but we'll end up doing both.
So you said there was 56% of private contributions already been raised.
Yeah, there's 100% of private contributions.
Oh,
The
yeah,
only money
100%.
that's been in this is private to date. There is no public money outside of a small base grant from the state. The UG has not put a dollar into this today.
Okay. Now, now you did say something about the World Cup. Get this barn done. Well, World Cup's 6 to 7 months away, and you were already talking about 18 months to build a barn.
Yeah, those are legal deadlines out there. The goal, if we can go and get issued in January or February, it's only about 3 to 4 months of work to go and get the barns done themselves.
Okay, okay. And then, Todd, could there be where they have to pay an annual impact fee for our roads on top of, I was just, is that something we can throw in?
That is not in the development agreement.
Right, no, but can we add that?
We'd have to negotiate about that. I don't know what that would look like.
Okay.
In the traditional sense, are not legal in the state of Kansas. However, what they have negotiated in it is the annual contribution of 1.3 plus some change dollars that we will get for 15, 20 years, 20 years, if I remember right. That's on top of, and plus that's on top of the $5 million initiation fee for the IRBs at the start. So they are making significant public or private contributions to us over and above a normal incentive program.
That's right, David. It is $5 million up front and $1.3 million for 19 years. Oh, over the course of that additional 19 years, you ultimately collect about $30 million.
And I think it's also important that on the second bond issuance, what a lot of is going to rely on the success of that is the financial performance of an opened American Royal Barns First. We've already expended in this first bond issue the capacity from Plaza to Speedway. So their success in their bond issue for the second round has to be a successful, thriving business called the American Royal, because they will be charging fees that will have a sales tax and all that. So they really need to get this, for this vision to be completed, need to get this business started. And just to echo the importance of that, I received a phone call today directly from the Lieutenant Governor. I'd like to know how he got my cell phone number, but he called me directly and said, David, please say tonight how important the state, and he's wearing his hat not just as Lieutenant Governor, but the Secretary of Commerce. He wears that hat as well. How we see it's important. We don't want to have an albatross empty edifice that will be a sign of a failed economic development project in your community. Because it's going to take a long time to reverse something that stands empty. But we have an opportunity of them to complete the capital stack that they've always said they needed, which was star bond financing. They've never had any star bond financing to this date. It's always been envisioned that they would have star bond financing. So the Lieutenant Governor is saying, from a Kansas perspective, it is extremely important for them that this project gets finished with this initial star bond financing. And they wanted me to make sure that our commission hears that. Still your decision, but he wanted to say the state supports this project because it is a good use of star bonds in the traditional sense. It's there to support tourism. And when you look at the number of visitors that their studies and our studies have shown, it's going to bring in people into Wyandotte County that aren't coming to Wyandotte County today, and they will be staying in hotels. They will be spending in the restaurants. They will be doing other things, and we get the indirect benefits from this development. So the multiplier effect is pretty good. It's probably around 3 to 4 on the scale. That's usually a successful tourism development has. So we're going to have businesses that will enjoy the fruits of increased visitors because they're spending money in their establishments. That brings more sales tax revenue and all that. And also having a working Royal will finally get commercial interest in the Allison and the Javelli property that doesn't exist today. Those two properties are in the Star Bond District. And any more commercial activity that gets developed because now the anchor is activated, more sales tax revenue will be generated, and that will help in the second bond issue as well. But right now, there is no anchor for Javelli, no anchor for Allison to develop their property that is already within the Star Bond District.
Thank you for that, Mr. Administrator. And it reminds me of one other important thing that I think is critical in that. The eyes of Kansas truly are upon us. The Star Bond program has to be reauthorized by the legislature next year. There has been no community that has benefited from Star Bonds more than the unified government of Wyandotte County. There could be substantial other really large projects that could be in the works that could be coming this way. We need a functioning Star Bond program. We may have sitting in the audience tonight the committee chairman that runs it in the House that has to run Star Bonds through that committee to get it done. I can assure you that I have no interest, he has no interest, this government has no interest in having a failed Star Bond project on the year that we have to go get a Star Bond reauthorization done when we have massive projects in this community and across the state that need to happen in Star Bond. So I highlight all of the things the administrator said and just put that on more, that getting this project moving and getting it headed in a positive direction, we really are kind of at that crux moment. And I feel this development agreement amendment and this change in the financing structure, but still delivering the project we've said we've always going to deliver over the time period, is the right thing for this community.
Okay, so
I'm going to break this just for a minute, Commissioner. I apologize. We're coming up on midnight, and I know there's a lot of information that needs to be had and a lot of questions I'm sure that are still out there. But I need to have a motion for us to suspend the rules so we can go past midnight to continue this dialogue. Is there a motion?
I'm so moved.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Hill? Commissioner Hill?
No.
Kane?
Aye.
Lopez?
aye.
Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows? Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
The vote is 8-2. The motion carries.
Thank you. I believe it's Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, trying to keep my train of thought here. You kind of threw me off. So, Mr. Administrator even said it, I've heard it time and time, with all the money, it brings in secondary sales tax revenue. It's interesting because we don't see that. We don't see any of that because it goes back to the state again to pay off the bonds again. So all the money that you're saying that it's going to bring, and all these people going to come in and spend money at our restaurants and all that, we're not going to see it because it's going to go straight to the state to pay off the bonds that already paid off again. And you even said that the Star Bond District is a great tool. And yeah, it worked out. The Plaza to Speedway paid off. We're starting to get a return. But now you're here to hijack it on a project that you got yourself hemmed up and you need us to get you out.
Yeah.
That's my issue.
Yeah.
I've seen it time and time again, all 49 years of my life, Wyandotte County getting ran over. Those days are over. So I don't know what to tell you as far as that's concerned.
Thank you, Commissioner. You make some great points. And in that, I would say, and if I pulled up the PowerPoint, I went through it quickly, but there are a bunch of levies that are not captured. And if you remember, the only areas that are captured in this star bond are both the plaza at the Speedway and the area right around the Royal. And so when our visitors come, they won't just shop there. They will go and be shopping at Village West. They will go and be shopping at other parts of this community of Wyandotte County. We've been able to study that and look at that in these studies and show some of that free cash flow that actually doesn't go to the bonds. It instead comes into the coffers of Wyandotte County and comes into your guys' budget. And that was that number that I was showing. When you look at the gross numbers, there's actually a $37.5+ million positive benefit to you all from those uncaptured revenues when we look at that. So I think it's a super smart financial move to make here in this. You're making a very small investment and then you're ending up capturing a lot more for your citizens.
Well, the 37 million, yeah, that's what, 1.2, 1.3 a year stretched out for how long?
Those are, yes, those are gross dollars overall, of gross dollars that are happening, and none of that includes all of the Allison and Javelli dirt and otherwise out there.
Well, I'm sure they're gonna want the star bonds on their deal too, and then, so. Oh, I'm sorry, they don't have access, I'm sorry. But anyway, and then with you saying even right there that, you know, other people are spending money outside. Well, you know, I'd say 90% of the people you bring in are be spending money right here, which 90% of the sales tax revenue we don't see because it's going to the state to pay off the bonds again.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
Yeah, we can keep agreeing and disagreeing here, Commissioner, and I'm happy to do it. One of the things that I've seen recently, and I think a lot of us have seen, is head out to the Legends. And what do you see in the afternoons these days? You see a bunch of kids that are playing in their jerseys in between times from home field when they're out in the middle and they're shopping in between. I think what you're going to see from the American Royal is a lot of that same thing, but you're going to see the kids in boots and hats that are there when they're at our events, right? So that will be uncaptured by our star bond, but it will be going into your coffers. And I'm excited to see that all if we can get this project moving forward.
Yeah. Well, that's the same thing NASCAR said when they came in, but all right, thank you.
Seems like it's worked out pretty well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's almost midnight. We should not be making decisions of this magnitude at this hour. I'm going to try to be very brief and to the point. We are beating this horse dead beyond dead. We just need, do I agree how we got here? No. This amendment should have been the original negotiated development agreement. That's my opinion. It just seems we were negotiated and told something else, but now it's being, in my mind, significantly changed. But neither here nor there. What is done is done. We just need to move forward, stop beating the horse to a pulp, and just get to voting. So I make a motion to approve.
Kane, second.
Before I accept those motions, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Maxwell, you gave a very good overview of a very difficult piece of policy that came out of the state legislature for large economic development projects. And I do want to thank the chair of the Commerce Committee, Representative Sean Tarwater, for being here this evening, hearing this conversation, because it will play into what happens in Topeka next year for star bonds. I will state carried the first Star Bonds bill. We have not had a failed Star Bonds project in Wyandotte County. Contrary to what people will tell you, we have not had a failed project because we do our due diligence. We get third-party analysis. This project is very transparent. Mr. Tarwater can share with you that in the Commerce Committee, there was requirements made of the Secretary of Commerce to capture even more information that was not being captured initially to determine if the criteria Star Bonds was even being met. And then there's been a post audit there. So this project that is before us today has a lot of those nuances that we have the privilege of learning before this project hits our desk. And Mr. LaSala, would you say today that this project, this contract development agreement is better for us today than it was a year ago?
No, it's just, no. With great respect, no, it's different. It's evolved. I would not say that it's better for us. If we had been able to execute the bond issue where it was privately placed and then we waited 5 years to go public and do friends and family, I personally liked that better. So
The old way of doing things. That's the comfort level. I
yeah,
got you.
Yeah, that's where I am.
The reason why I say that is because we have the 5 million upfront that you all have agreed to pay us as an origination fee, so to speak, for the Star Bonds, and the 1.3 million a year. What people don't understand is this is sales tax only money. This is not property tax money. This is not fee money. This is money that is spent in our community, that is captured in a certificated area known as a Star Bonds district. Those dollars are what are analyzed by the fiduciaries to ensure that these projects meet the financial requirement that is stated in the document. Is that not an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
I will state that the agricultural corridor that we are in, the animal health, and you mentioned, Corb, there's not too much you missed in this, is a very important part of the overall economic driver for this state. All the way from Manhattan through Topeka, all the way through Kansas City, all the way into Kansas City, Missouri, because of the animal health corridor and animal investment has been made by private industry. And we should be part of that, having the Agricultural Hall of Fame here. And now we have the privilege of having another partner coming to the table known as the American Royal to bring the animal health corridor to light here in our community. This incremental sales tax is the hard part to understand. We are not giving away all the sales tax that we have at Plaza at the Speedway. Only the new sales tax that came in from additional investment that was made and that under a Star Bonds agreement. And that's the hardest thing for people to understand. I want to commend our administrator because when we started talking about Star Bonds when he was first here, he went back and looked at the project that the Perry property was dealing with. And one of the proposals was apartments. Apartments does not generate sales tax. And that's when he stepped forward and put a strong mandate on the partners in the Star Bonds project to do retail commercial assist in that. And that's the additional cream money that will come in on the second tranche. We'll know where that's at. I commend him for doing that so that we didn't lose the other opportunity to develop behind the American Royal with a non-sales tax generating or lack of generation project. So this works. I really appreciate it. It's what people can't see right now because the plan isn't there. But we have an administrator that's on that. And I appreciate that because that helps certify that there is long-term growth and opportunity for the Star Bonds project besides what we hear today. What people also may lose sight of is the private money that you all have put in, the 120, I'm going to guess 127, 129 million. That's private money with a little bit of base grant money from the state. That dealt with the infrastructure, that is, not all of that money is reimbursable through star bonds. So there is still private equity that you all have. Star bonds is a 50-50 at the max approval for a partnership. And so there's times when you might be 49, we might be 51, but those dollars are flowing. Bottom line is we need to get to 50-50 at the max. By the time this project's over, your private investment could even be more than the 50%. And that's what the growth in the incremental sales tax allows us to do, is continue to grow the project in phases. I like the phase approach because it holds you accountable on the quality of the first project to come back and ask for the second amount of star bond, because then it once again gets analyzed by a third party analysis. So I like Todd, it's not that I disagree with my good friend. I'm just saying this is the new way of doing things that has proven its muster. And I know the legislature will be taking it up. The old way was what we had to audit and look at. It's very transparent today. I'm pleased to see my colleagues are supportive of the project. I want to see a world-class facility in the city of the first class, not a second-class development in a city that refuses to invest and believe in itself. So with that, Mayor, County Administrator, Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
So Todd, let me ask you this. Why would you say the UG's, well, would you say the UG is more at risk at this new amendment?
I am not concerned. The risk, I think, is that we have further to go. As I mentioned previously, we have further to go to get to the full capital stack of 375. It's a heavier lift. It's more pressure on private investment, number one. Number two, if we had been able to execute the program from April and been able to privately place a bunch of bonds first and get the whole project built and then refinance it 5 years from now, the risk profile of that bond structure was lower. It just was. You heard Corb say, we went to the market, we tried to do that, it didn't work. So here we are. But to be clear, I am not worried that the bonds that we would go issue for this first bond issue are going to be riskier, that there's greater risk of failure on that first bond issue. I don't think that. Because the truth is that 65 million of the $93 million we'll issue, it's really supported by Plaza at the Speedway, where it's open operating and you get sales history. And the rest of it is based on the completion of the exhibition hall and running events there. So I actually think it's a conservative, it is a risk profile for that first bond issue that is like all the others that we do. In fact, it's less risky than some others because you've got $65 million of really solid sales history. So to me, that's where the risks are and are not. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. And why weren't we able to execute these bonds back in?
Yeah, what you're hearing Corb say, and I think is right, is you get an underwriter involved, you start looking at the friends and family bond issue they were trying to, and the underwriter is saying that program just doesn't work. I need to see a full capital stack and know that the whole project's getting built, and they were never going to be able to do that. So
it's not, we don't want to get friends and family hemmed up.
Yeah, the Corp could answer that better than me, but
Not that
I don't
at
think
all.
that
All
will.
of our financial backers continue to be our financial backers. They continue to be invested in this project and they continue to want to invest in it. The issue is if you do 155 of friends and family, you still have another $100+ million of private capital to raise out there, and you have to have all of it day one to be able to get even started, right? And that became not doable to have every single dollar raised immediately, ready to go. And so breaking this into this sequencing allows us to be ready to go and move forward.
Okay, yeah. I would like, on just on a side note, I mean, and I would like to see, I happen to have a friend that's with PBR, and I would love to see PBR reach out and partner with you guys with building these barns. And, you know, that's out of my, but that would be awesome.
We would love to have your contact and talk to them, and we are very interested in continuing to expand our rodeo, and there would be nothing better than being able to have a PBR event here in Wyandotte County.
Yeah. Then the Commissioner Burrows talked about, what were you saying about the sales tax revenue on the 50/50?
Star Bonds only deals with sales tax, and your base sales tax that was already there before the Star Bonds project was identified for that certificated area. I don't want to talk hypothetical numbers because then they become the real numbers that people listen to. But whatever sales tax is generated at the time that Star Bonds district is determined is the same sales tax we get continuously. The incremental sales tax over the next 20 years will be the sales tax that comes in from additional development or maybe a growth in sales. If the new store goes in at the plaza at the Speedway and it brings in additional sales tax, the Royal gets up and gets going, they get additional, it's the incremental sales tax that is captured. It's not the base sales tax that we're giving up. And when we give up the TIF, and if you look in your document, the staff has put in there that we're doing away with the EMS sales tax that was captured. Now it comes to us as well as the TIF money. And when people say this affects my property tax, that is a very, very, very far reach because this is a sales tax issue. It's not a property tax issue. And then the transient guest tax, they've estimated it being $500,000 a year. Well, if the property behind the American Royal is a 5-star hotel that goes in with 300 rooms, kind of like what we have at Margaritaville, you can sure expect the transient guest tax to be a lot higher there and the sales associated to the visitors that come there. Star Bonds allows the state to put in the money on a project and get it up and get it going instead of over a 20-year period to build it out. It gets built out within 3 years in most cases. The hook is what brings Star Bonds to the state. That's why we need to ensure that the feasibility study, the hook itself, has a pass-through to pay for Star Bonds. And that's where this incremental sales tax comes in.
Okay, so is the Plaza at the Speedway, is that completely developed now?
No.
No.
Okay. Also, what about, I mean, just what about some of all that steel that's on the ground out there that's no good now? It's rusted, it's no good, can't use it.
No, Commissioner, I disagree. We have some folks that are our construction team there, but we've looked at all of the steel that we've had there, and all of that steel can be used. That's steel for the arena out there, and we have plans for all of it and to use all of it. And of course, it'll take structural investigations and everything that will go through it, but everything out there is usable. Nothing's being scrapped.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciated all the questions and all of the information that's been shared tonight and talked about. I wanted to circle around to the American Royals nonprofit status because we had a question tonight and we've had some emails today about that. And so I just want to start with a simple question. The American Royal holds 501 status with the IRS. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And has been for decades?
Decades and decades and decades. We have always been a nonprofit. We've been a nonprofit in Missouri. We will be a nonprofit in Kansas. We will continue in our nonprofit status. We have never had a lapse of our nonprofit status out there. We are a nonprofit.
And part of the reason I'm asking specifically about 501c3 is because there are other kinds of nonprofits that don't hold that status with the IRS But with that status, that is how through the decades, I'm sure, you have raised charitable donations for the operation and growth of the American Royal. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner, and it will continue to be correct. And that any information that's been coming in that there's something related to our nonprofit status, that is news to all of us, meaning news that it's not true.
Well, I just think it needs distinction, because one of the things that has been talked about as we have made our way to this agreement is that at some point we did discuss that the American Royal would plan to make application for property tax exemption, the American Royal portion of this whole development would plan to make application for property tax exemption because of its nonprofit status. That's been talked about in the past. It's been talked about widely in the community. And the reason I'm asking the question is because your charitable 501c3 status with the IRS and a possible application through the county and then the state for a property tax exemption are two entirely separate things.
Correct.
Have you made application to the state of Kansas for property tax exemption as a 501c3 nonprofit organization?
Not yet. We have
Okay.
to complete the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this might say good morning, everybody. Some questions. Percentage of project completion, where are we at right now?
Yeah, we have, Commissioner, I would say we're 80% plus done on the barns. Out there, we have about 3 months more of work to get the barns done, of committed construction work out there, 3 to 4 months of committed construction work to finish the barns. And then we have a substantially higher percentage to go on the arenas, and the rest of the project out there. Those would say, I'm doing this without my notes right in front of me, but those are about 50% done out there.
Gotcha. How much has been spent on the barns, the arena? How much? I just want to get that number again.
Our overall all-in capital that has gone into the site is almost $175 million today.
175 million. And I mean, a little bit of that was from the state, but by and large, most of that is private dollars you all raised, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha.
90% plus, 95% plus.
Gotcha. Of that $175 million. Okay. And somebody kind of help me out here. And I appreciate, but one of the questions I was going to ask was about the tax exempt status. If I recall, in our previous conversation in the spring, we talked about the entire project itself couldn't be tax exempt, that there would be certain activities that would still have to pay sales tax or would still have to pay either property taxes or some sort. Can someone give me some clarity on what is and what is not tax exempt in this project?
Meaning from a real estate side, Commissioner, or from a paying sales tax side out there? And maybe I'll just answer both.
Yeah.
As we just went through with Commissioner Bynum, the goal is that because of our nonprofit 501c3 status, when we are finished completing the barns out there, we will be able to then propose through you and to the Board of Tax Appeals at the state for a property tax exemption as a not-for-profit out there. When we are in our construction phase, we can't do it. We can do it afterwards, after we are finished with the project. So our belief is we will be property tax exempt because of our 501c3 status. If that doesn't happen, that is a risk for us as the Royal, that we will end up paying taxes. You all would be the beneficiaries of that, but all of us believe we will end up getting that property tax exemption. When it comes to sales taxes, we will not be paying sales taxes on our construction materials for building it. That's why we're using an IRB with you, and we're paying $5 million for that IRB issuance fee. So we will not pay sales taxes on the construction materials, but then all regular sales that happen inside the Royal, you buy boots, you buy a dually truck, you buy a hamburger, a sandwich, any of those types of things, barbecue, all of those will end up paying sales tax just like they would anywhere else within the county and anywhere else across the state. And those sales are then what goes into fund a portion of the STAR bonds that we are going to issue.
Gotcha. With still respecting the base, right, that we still get prior to this development taking place. And we still get the, I know we keep saying pilot payment, have the BPU pilot, but we get the BPU pilot payments from you all and pilot payments regardless of your tax status, correct? That's the $30 million.
Yeah, we are making payments of $5 million a year and then $1.3 million a year out there to replace the UG sales tax that's essentially going into the structure.
Which is not really a pilot per se. It's something that's not
Contribution.
flowing through the taxing jurisdictions. It's just coming to.
It's just a payment into the general fund that
That's
was
right.
negotiated between all of the parties.
That's right.
Gotcha. And all of those dollars, that 5 million, just goes to the unified government, correct?
That's correct.
It is.
Gotcha. And the 1.3 that comes afterwards, right, in that annual comes to the unified government, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I hear my colleagues' frustration on kind of how we got here, and I can agree that it was not the cleanest way. However, I don't think Wyandotte County stands to benefit by having empty giant barns. I don't see the benefit there. I don't think we benefit by making the lieutenant governor upset. I also don't think we benefit by turning away $30 million, right? Or turning away BPU pilot dollars that would be generated by this project. And so while I understand the frustration of how we got here, I don't want us to lose sight of what we can do with the revenue that is generated from this project and the services and the relief and things that we can provide to our community. And so don't want folks to, and the jobs that will come from this development as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, it behooved me, and I'm sure many of my colleagues who would agree with what I'm to say, we have, the chairman here. Just because we're debating on how we are getting to the finish line does not take away from the effectiveness of STAR bonds for Wyandotte County. Wyandotte County, STAR bonds have been monumental, transformational for us. And so I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost while we're just debating on how to get to the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just real quick, I need to retract a statement about PBR, first of all. So I need to go ahead and do that real quick on record. Now, Todd, when I asked you about the 501c3 status, you said they were in good standing.
Yeah, from a corporate organization standpoint, I had heard this same thing. I went and looked at their status on the Secretary of State's website, which is publicly available. And what I found is that they are registered in the state of Kansas as a foreign nonprofit organization that is in good standing. That's what you'll see when you go look at the Secretary of State's website.
And now, BOTA, let's say that all that goes through like they were going to do back in April, was to get their land tax exemption. So and then our sales tax revenue is going to the state to pay the bond off again. So what's in it for the UG as is right now? Well, of course we have the 5 million up front and the 1.3 a year.
Yeah,
right?
it's really Corb's slide from his PowerPoint earlier and the points that Commissioner Burrows has been making about the base that is still there, and you get the visitation, and there are secondary and tertiary impacts throughout the community from economic development activity. That's really what you get.
Okay. I'm trying to keep my brain to half asleep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, and I'm going to do my best, and I know I'm going to sound all nasally, and I apologize, but 118th Street. So this project's in my district. 118th Street has been closed for quite some time now, and I'm getting a lot of feedback as to when we're going to get this thing opened back up, because the people that use it for races, to go shopping for Christmas, to navigate north and south there. I would have liked to have seen that part of that $175 million go to getting that road opened up. So what is the status, so that everybody can hear when we're going to get a major road opened back up in my district?
Yeah. Hopefully tonight goes well. Hopefully we're building as fast as we possibly can in here, and that is in our documents and in our budget and there to be completed and to finish out 118th Street.
It is, Commissioner. Honestly, this is my fault. We should have said this at the outset, because we were aware of that issue, and it is written here with specificity about 118th Street, that it is part of the deliverable with the exhibition hall within the 18 months. That is contractually required with specificity, and I should have said it on the front end.
So potential another 18 months?
That's the contract date. Yes.
Well, that's problematic.
Commissioner, if the barns are open, it'll be done. And we can open the barns in 3 or 4 months as soon as the bonds get going here. So it can be open by this summer.
Okay. Last question. In the event that you guys receive your nonprofit status, to not pay property taxes, not nonprofit, to not, your BOTA, to not pay property taxes, and this may be to ask Todd, but will we be able to then look at a pilot payment? And I don't mean pilot as far as BPU pilot, but since you guys wouldn't be paying any property taxes, a pilot to the unified government.
It is not part of our deal.
So
it is
on the second, even on the second issuance, the bond issuance, we wouldn't be able to negotiate that at that time.
It is not a part of our deal. So could we wind up back at the negotiating table at some point and have that discussion again? We have had that discussion in the negotiations of the past, and it has never been a part of our deal.
I guess that, that's concerning to me, that if a very large portion of our prime economic development area out there that would then not pay a penny in property tax, and all of the other folks that are complaining about their property taxes going up and up and up and up, and here we are not exploring or not baking into this development agreement in the event that they receive this status, that we are not going to receive any pilot payment.
I understand the point. I understand the point, Commissioner. We've been a nonprofit for 125 years that has done our business out there. We were recruited to this state to come and build into this state. Everybody knew who we were and what we were the whole entire time that we have always been a nonprofit, and we always planned to apply to BOTA, and we have negotiated with you in good faith and vigorously to make revenue payments into the government, because we understand the points you're making and what you're representing. And we've done the very best we can, when also the very thing that all this commission wants and all of us want is to get this project done. And getting this project done has benefits. And if we continue to kick it, you don't get the project done. And so I would ask this commission to let us move forward on this agreement that has been negotiated vigorously, that has a lot of payments that are being made to you through the time, and to let us move forward.
Well, with all due respect, the payment that you're making to us through plaza at the Speedway, we would have already been receiving that. I know that there's an increase, right? But that pass-through amount that you're handing back to us, we would have already been receiving that, right? So I mean,
And then there's all those additional economic development points that are above and beyond that as well.
right, and I'm gonna tell you this, I hope the project's successful. I don't want it sitting there empty. I want to see it move forward. All I'm doing is trying to represent the people of Wyandotte County the best deal that we can get, because they're hurting and we need more money into our coffers because their taxes are going up, and then we're passing on to a nonprofit that won't be paying property taxes. That's all I'll say. And I have a road in my district that's not open. That's all. Thank you.
Administrator.
I guess I'd just like to make two comments. First of all, you have to go through the BOTA process. There's no guarantee that you will receive tax exempt status in Kansas. We don't have any influence in how BOTA will deal with your application. So the public needs to understand that that is a state decision that you haven't applied yet. So that needs to be understood. No guarantee. The review process at the state level will be dealt with after they finish this project. They can't apply for that tax exempt. So they're paying property taxes now on that property. And so that's an important position. The last thing I want to say, since we've heard that we have the chairman of the committee here, if communities like Wyandotte County do not have STAR bonds, economic development locally throughout the state's going to come to a slow creep, because the only incentives that people will be able to negotiate are property tax abatements, are sales tax deals, and those things are coming directly out of our coffers. The state has created over the years a unique tool that allows us, local governments, to take advantage of the sales tax from the state, the increment from theirs, to invest in this project locally. Otherwise, that state dollar is not guaranteed to come here. So please, when you do your authorization hearings, keep that in mind, that unless we have viable alternative tools from the state, the reliance is going to be on local governments, and it's going to be extremely hard to get projects like this, like Nebraska Furniture Mart, any of the other development that we've had here and we'd like to see continue developing here. It will come to a screeching halt because you're asking solely from the coffers of the local government. So, Mr. Chairman, please take that message to your hearings when you have them. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Maris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we've beaten the horse beyond dead. So hopefully I don't seem like a bad guy here, but with that said, Mr. Mayor, I call the question.
Second.
Well, I don't think I recognize I didn't entertain a motion. Yeah, but I didn't ask for a motion. I never asked for a motion. So, plus I have one more question that I need. Mr. Bain, was your question answered to your satisfaction? Okay, then good enough. Okay. And then I have a comment too. It's just, I agree with our administrator that hopefully you'll take back to the state, Mr. Chair, and STAR bonds are very valuable. To the American Royal, we support you. We really do. It's a great project. We're glad to have you. We're glad that you chose Wyandotte County to be your home. And really want this project to be successful, not just for Wyandotte County, but for the great state of Kansas and the region with what we have here. I think this goes more towards, not towards you all, but more towards whoever negotiates these types of deals. What I'm starting to see is a pattern that's troubling to me, and that pattern is that you come before this commission and you say, here's a development agreement and here's a deal. And then 6 months later or a year later, you're coming back and say, we need more, or we need to modify it. that's not a good business practice. And it produces a lot of uncertainty on with our residents. Because usually if I go to a deal and if I'm working a deal, the deal is the deal is the deal. There's no comeback, let's negotiate. If I buy an airline ticket, that's my airline ticket. So no refunds. I'm starting to see more and more developers seeing what's going on here, and I'm seeing more developers take on that practice. And I don't think that's a good business practice for this unified government to start incorporating. When we negotiate deals, we should negotiate rock solid deals so you don't have to come back and put the pressure on this commission, because it's not a good look when, and I don't mean this any kind of way, that we create a deal, you get there, something's half built and you say, oh, well, now we need more money, or it's not going to get built. That's not what you told us. That's not what we agreed upon. To me, that's not good business. I wouldn't do that to you. And you're not doing it to me, you're doing it to the people of Wyandotte County that you're asking to help invest in this project. And so we need staff to be good business partners. And then number two, Mr. LaSalle, I heard you. Our taxpayers have spoken. They're sick of paying these high property taxes, and they want these businesses, nothing against American Royal, whoever you are out there, pay your fair share. Not on the backs of our residents. They've made that quite clear to this body, and if you've ever watched, they've flooded this chamber and said that we can't afford any more property taxes. Our appraisals are going to go up, and we're going to carry that burden. And I have to say that on behalf of the residents, because that's what they're telling me. And to say things aren't part of the deal, I can't buy that, because you're back here asking us to modify the deal. So we're still willing and dealing. And so if we're dealing, well, then that means everything's up for negotiation, including a clawback that says, if you get your BOTA, well, what is the American Royal willing to pay, invest in? We got heirs of this town. We got a community benefits agreement. Now, I'm not going to negotiate with you. I usually leave that for our staff. But hopefully staff is paying attention. Because for far too long, we've got great stuff out at Village West. It's made that the #1 tourist destination in the great state of Kansas. But we all know, it's no secret, that some of those folks we gave the farm away to. And I get it, the spinoff development, the jobs, and all that great, wonderful stuff. But other parts of our community have suffered greatly as a result. And people are asking, where are those dollars? How are they rolling back into our community? I just want us to think about how we do these deals and how we structure them. I'd like to see clawbacks. If we give great incentive proposals to get good businesses in here, when your incentive's up after 10, 15, 20 years or whatever it is, you got to stay for another 10, 15 years, or you owe these taxpayers their money back. I'd like to see those clawbacks, because I've seen a lot of businesses roll in town since I've been working here. People forget I worked here for 32 years. They come in here and then they want more and they want more, and if they don't get it, they leave. I get that that's the industry game. But what I'm saying is I'm trying to peep game before game peeps our residents, and we're catching on to it, and it needs to stop. Because we can't afford it here in Wyandotte County anymore. We know we got to remain competitive. We know we want good projects. This is one of them. Support it 100%. But I do have concerns with our commissioners is coming back and coming back and coming back. Let's make sure we get rock solid deals up front, so we don't have to keep coming back on the tail end asking for more. And you guys are professionals. You get paid good money. We pay a lot of our consultants good money. Real good money. A lot of money, a lot of taxpayer money. We should be able to get these deals right on the front end and make sure that there's a balance between, I know that non-for-profit or for-profit, money is there to be made from businesses. That's why you want to invest in our community. But there's got to be a just as much of a valid gain for our residents, especially in a community that's struggling to make ends meet on other parts of our community, especially east of 635, and I've said that. So again, I support this proposal. I hope this our commissioner will support it too. It's there. It's not going away. I agree with what Commissioner Davis said. We don't want empty barns sitting out in our community, especially in our #1 tourist destination. I just ask moving forward that we do a better job at doing a better job at making right, solid business deals, so you don't come back here asking for more. So that's all I ask. There's a motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez.
No.
Stites. Excuse me. Okay. Thank you. Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Thank you. All right, that was our last item, and we're close, people, real close. And for those of you that sat through this and waited patiently and got through it with us, tonight is the last night for Commissioner Tom Burrows, Commissioner Kane, Commissioner Townsend, and myself. And Commissioner Kane? Commissioner Kane,
Yes, sir.
20 years, Commissioner. I know you got something to say to the public.
Wow. I appreciate wow. Wasn't expecting that. I said this earlier, I made a lot of friends along the way. Unfortunately, I lost some friends along the way. Our staff is outstanding. The people in the community are outstanding. And I think I left the district in a little better place. And my favorite accomplishment was the fact to name a community center after my mom. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your service, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Well, giving honor to God first. The decision to run 12 years ago was a last minute one. And here I am 12 years later. We have great people who work for the unified government. They withstand a lot of ire that is undeserved. But I just have to recognize them. I wish I had a list of everyone to call. Wish the new administration well. You're gonna be drinking from a fire hose for a while, but you'll get through that. So I've appreciated serving with this body, the commissioners here, the ones that I came in with that have since departed, and the ones that were already here. Thank you, Miss Dee. Thank you, Miss Lisa. Couldn't have done this job without you. And I wish the new incoming all of the best. Thank you, District 1, for your faith in me. Everybody wasn't always happy, but that's with every district. But I am glad as we leave that there are significant developments that have already gone through this body in terms of vetting and processing. So look forward to seeing the new developments along Quindaro. And God bless the unified government.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, it's been a privilege and an honor to serve the good people of Wyandotte County. 30 years I've sat as an elected official and a public servant for the people of Wyandotte County, and that does not happen by mistake. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the people behind me that have helped me along the way, and that's my wife of 44 years, my children, my family, my immediate family, and my close friends that have given of their times and talents, not only through me, but to the community themselves. And without them and the glory of God, we wouldn't be here today to do the things that we've done for Wyandotte County. I'm very proud of this community. I've always been very proud of the community and a strong advocate, and you'll hear me say it before, be the best ambassador you can be for our community, because nobody else is going to tout us like we do. We are the dot proud. Mayor, to take what you stated earlier, I do want to say that I wish the new mayor-elect, Crystal Watson, much success. And please know, you and your team have my support and the support of my constituents and my supporters, because we also believe in you and what the opportunities here are for Wyandotte County. We want to be part of that with you. And thank you for stepping up to do your part. Thank you for the honor to serve Wyandotte County. I wish all the very best our community has to offer. May God bless each and every one of you and our loved community of Wyandotte County. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I'll close it out. It's been an honor. It's been a long journey. I've enjoyed it, and I'm like Commissioner Townsend. I guess got to give all honor to God. We've gotten through every triumph and challenge together. I just want to thank staff. You know, sometimes we push you hard, we challenge you hard, and you come back and you work even harder. And I just want to thank all our staff members here. A lot of you I've worked with over the years for 32 years. I know who you are. You know who I am. Really appreciate the hard work you do for the great folks of Wyandotte County to keep this government running, providing the services that our residents have come to expect, sometimes demand, but we know they deserve. And you do the best that you can sometimes with not a lot, but you guys come to work every day. I've watched you, and you give it your all. So thank you. Thank you for your service. You're not elected, but you're still public officials. And your public servants. And so thank you for your leadership, your dedication, your commitment, every single day that you come to work. Commissioners, we haven't always agreed on everything, but we've agreed on enough to get things done and plant seeds for the next leadership to continue to build and grow this community in a way that would be of great value to all those that love and call Wyandotte County home. And so thank you guys for the work you've done. Those of you that volunteers on task force, coming in here, spending countless hours beyond and above what I know some people may think the job entails. Thank you for that. Some of you, I've watched you come in here and spend a lot of time here just working and connecting and on behalf of our community. And it doesn't go unnoticed to myself and to the employees, and more importantly to the people in Wyandotte County. So thank you for your commitment. Thank you to the people of Wyandotte County for your patience, for encouraging us when we need to be encouraged, challenging us, all of us when we need to be challenged, chastising us when we needed to be chastised, and giving us our guardrails and keeping us on point. So whatever we do, we can meet those reasonable expectations that you have for your governing body and your staff here, and not giving up on Wyandotte County. I've gone around this town, resilient folks here in Wyandotte County, great folks doing awesome things that love this community, that work hard. They don't get paid. They volunteer a lot of their time and effort. Great businesses here that really make Wyandotte County something uniquely special. The seeds of opportunity are there for the next mayor and the next commissioners and those future staff members to continue to create the type of Wyandotte County that we know will be a community that is absolutely second to none. A first class city, like Commissioner Burrows always talks about, that hopefully will be that first choice community where people want to live, work, and raise their families. But it's been a great journey. I just want to say thank you all for the privilege of allowing me to be your mayor for this short period of time. It went by very, very, very quick. Mayor-elect, it's going to go by quick. It's going to go by very quick. But I know the best is yet to come for Wyandotte County. I think that the work that we did and the common ground that we tried to find, because you got 11 people up here with 11 different ideas and visions on what we think. But what you did see, even with the strong debates and all those types of things you saw, is we found things we could agree on, and we got the job done. We really did. And there's great things coming to Wyandotte County. Great things coming to Wyandotte County. We're still, I like to say, in the heart of America, and we're the gateway to the great state of Kansas. And there's a lot to be said with that. And so we've got a lot to be proud for it here in Wyandotte County. And I think I said it the other day. Community, don't let anybody tell you anything different. This is a great community with great people, and we're going to continue being proud. And so just work with your new leaders, support them. Mayor-elect, praying for you every day, praying for you and your team. Commissioners coming in, praying for you. Let's support our new leadership. I said it at several meetings. Their success working with this staff here is going to be all of our success. Let's keep our leaders in prayer and let's support them. Are they going to get it right all the time? No. Are they going to agree on everything all the time? No. They're people. We're all people. But I know that they didn't sign up this for themselves. They signed up this because they love this community. Their motivations are pure and they want better for you. Help them get better and be better. Let's not tear them down all the time because it's so easy to find fault, point fingers, and tear people down. Build our leaders up so they can be proud of the work that they're doing for you and be successful. You can find bad things on anybody at any given day. If you're going to do that, for every bad thing or thing you don't like, find 5 things that you do and encourage our leaders to keep doing the good work. It's hard work. This is not easy work. And if you think it is, think again. It's not. It's not easy work for our staff. It's 1 o'clock. They're still here. And they've been here all day. All day. Thank you, staff. Thank you, community. God bless you. Wishing Wyandotte County all the best in the years ahead to come. God bless you. And thank you again. It's been an honor and privilege to serve you. I'll entertain a motion to one more item. Okay. Well, okay. Commissioner Townsend, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
I think that's from last time.
Well, very quickly, I did forget to thank and didn't want to forget to thank the people who served as appointees.
Yes.
Over 12 years. There have been a lot. They have been steady, reliable. They did the hard work. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to, as proud recipients, recognize all the neighborhood groups in District 1. And one last shout out, again, thank you for the proud. Time just got away from it. Janelle Monet, wherever you are, I'm sure this will get to Instagram. You would be a great and are great proud representative, singer, actress, model. I remember when she started out as cover girl several years ago. She was on a If You Can See It, Believe It award show, and she called out Kansas City, Kansas. So that is someone who has done great things on a global scale and still recognizes Wyandotte County KCK as home. So thank you, Mary. We just ran out of time, but somewhere, somehow, I'm sure she'll see this. Thank you.
I'm sorry, and it's late, but staff has put together something very special for you all to see. So, clerk.
Well, this is my opportunity as the county administrator to say thank you to very special people, to Mayor Garner, Commissioners Townsend, Kane, and Burrows for their years of service. Deciding to serve the public as an elected official is not for the faint of heart, because tough decisions have to be made, and many tough decisions were made by you folks. Many were accepted by the public and many were not. But that's the sacrifice to serve the public as an elected official. And I think we all owe you a debt of gratitude, a big thank you for taking that step, whether it was for 20 years as an elected official or for 4. You decided to step up, run for office to serve our citizens. And that deserves a big thank you. So thank you for doing that. Now, we are ushering new leaders with 3 new commissioners and a new mayor. And we thank you for stepping up to replace these individuals. So we welcome you. We look forward to working with you as you all craft with the existing commissioners the vision to continue Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas into the future. To the outgoing commissioners and mayor, again, thank you for your service. For the new ones coming in, welcome.
Well,
All right, motion to adjourn.
all right, we got.
But it's still good.
Is there a second? Second. All right. Before we leave, one last thing. Merry Christmas, everybody. And Happy New Year to everyone, everyone. God bless you. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill? Are we back?
Aye.
She's here. Commissioner Hill?
Yes, aye.
We're counting. Lopez?
Aye.
Stites?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend? Burns?
Aye.
Ramirez? The vote is 8-0. The motion carries.
Have a good evening, everybody. God bless Wyandotte County.
Thank you.